6 and 7 from season 6 of The Walking Dead. Let's see if we can get right into it. Okay, the episode's title for episode 6. Hi, Christina. For episode 6 is always accountable. It says, while luring the herd away from Alexandria, Daryl is separated from Abraham and Sasha and encounters three strangers. Oh, three strangers. I don't remember this. Is this the are those three strangers the saviors? Because I remember the biker guys were more than three, at least I think. Do you know, Christina, who these strangers are? Let's see. Okay, we see the horde on the road. Sasha. So Sasha and Abraham are communicating with Daryl, saying they're about, some distance ahead of the horde, and they need a little bit more distance, and then, before the turnoff. I guess they're trying to lead them away from Alexandria, but also they need distance between themselves and the horde so that when the horde will still see them and follow where they turned, but well, maybe not, because the horde might get distracted, but they need some distance to then peel off from the horde so that the horde doesn't keep following them into infinity. So let's see. So, because Abraham said, let's book it. Hi, OC Up. We're watching The Walking Dead, season 6, episode 6. Okay, they turn at 6:42. Uh-oh. Someone shoots at them. Wow. Oh, look at that. And then they're following them and shooting at them. So they were shooting at them from the roadway and they're shooting at them from behind in a car. Oh my gosh. If this is the saviors, that even makes it worse because people love to say that Rick and his group, the Alexandrians, started the war. No. If these are the saviors, it's, oh my gosh, it's so over in the sense, the argument that Rick's group is just as bad as the saviors. The saviors shot, were trying to kill them. That wasn't even a warning shots. They were literally trying to take them out. This is a full-on gunfight. Gun battle. Not even a fight, a gun battle. And there's several cars. So Daryl took off. Some of them followed him, and Daryl ditched them. What's going on? Hi, David. Hi, Dan. Hi, Oken. And I can't pronounce your name, the one with the really cute puppy icon. Hi to you. What happened to Daryl? Did he get hit? Wait, I was confused about that part. I have to go back. I have to rewind that. I don't understand why Daryl. His jacket is torn up, so he had fell at some point. But then he slows down and he falls off his bike. Why? I don't see any gunshot wounds. What's going on? I'm reacting to The Walking Dead. David, I'm reacting to The Walking Dead season 6 episode 6. I'm going to skip the intro. So Daryl is truly separated from Sasha and Abraham now, and he's in the woods. It's looked burnt out. There was a fire for sure here. And there's a lot of burnt bodies. Daryl looks torn up. I don't know why. But at least he's conscious now and he's trying to he's rolling his bicycle through the burnt up woods. Maybe he's out of gas. He still has his walkie. He's calling Sasha.
Abraham, you there?
The Walking Dead, David. Hi, Azaria. Yes, you should keep your puppy. Hi, Siran. Hi, Azaria. Hi, John from Greece. It's very good, David. I recommend it. Yes, Siran, it's a good show. Hi, Cam J. Hi, love. How are you? Thank you, David. I'm happy for you to join. Say hi to Yoda, baby Yoda. Cam J, I'm in the beginning with Daryl when Daryl fell in the burnt up woods, but I don't understand why. Because all I saw was that they split up because they were being shot after. And I'm assuming it's the saviors. Sasha, and Abraham were driving still leading the horde away, and then they turned off to try to separate themselves from the horde, and then gunfire erupted on them. So I'm assuming those were the saviors.
You
And
found us, Kay. Here we are. We earned what we took.
ooh, oh, so that's and then Daryl woke up in the woods. Like he passed out and then he woke up, but he looked really tattered. So I don't know what happened to him. You know, he got separated from Sasha and Abraham in the gun battle, and then he looked really torn up, and I don't understand why he looked like that. And then he's like pushing his bike through the woods, which looked completely burnt up. So I'm assuming his bike ran out of gasoline, and then two women came up to him. One of them looks like Dwight's wife, and then they were saying, their hands up. Oh, we didn't have a choice. Blah blah blah. And then he turned, and Dwight knocked him out. So that's where we are. No, David, I've not even seen The Last of Us. I think they cheated and copied from the Walking Dead. And yet people are acting as if it's so much greater than The Walking Dead. How could it be? You took from another show. Uh Hi, Just the Whitehead. Oh, you just play the game? Oh, which one? The game, The Walking Dead or The Last of Us? I've watched The Walking Dead, never played the game, and I've never watched The Last of Us, and I've never played the game of The Last of Us. Oh, you played the game of The Walking Dead. The show is amazing. I recommend it. And everyone is acting as if The Last of Us is so great. The Last of Us copied from The Walking Dead, from what I've read of The Last of Us. So I would recommend watching The Walking Dead. Yes, I heard Lee was a great character in the game of the who was the little girl again? Clementine in the Walking Dead game? It looks like Daryl is trying to come to because he's hearing Dwight and his wife's voice. Ooh, Dwight said something about Negan. Let me see what he said. Negan never liked to use one to hunt. So Daryl is awake now. His hands are tied. Yes, yes, Alan. Hi, Alan.
Hey,
I'm
get
in
up.
Los Angeles.
We're moving. Here's the deal. You don't say shit, and I don't kill you. I know you think. Say something else. Go ahead. Follow them.
I'm a reactor. I'm reacting to The Walking Dead. Young.
Here, drink the rest.
No, I didn't watch
See,
Dexter, David, but I
that's some
worked
more.
on it.
Drink.
Yeah, I know it
Stay
was.
hydrated.
Everyone loved
It
it.
all works together. Yeah, it does. Have it.
We don't need you falling down. Drink.
Drink the water, Daryl. They're giving him water to drink.
If they find us, maybe we give you to them. They let us call it even. You see, we're reasonable people. Everybody's got their code. You feel you gotta kneel? It's fair enough. We don't. Let's go.
So I think Dwight thinks Daryl is a part of the Saviors, and they sent him to capture them because he's saying if we give you to them, we'll have an, maybe they'll let us go or something like that. If you feel like you have to kneel, that's your thing. But so I think that's what it is. That's why Daryl was trying to tell them, I'm not who you think I am. But they didn't want to listen. So, yeah. Hey, Young, you're from Long Beach? I know Long Beach. I've gone to Long Beach several times to film. Well, David, yes. But right now, I'm having issues with my channel. I applied to YouTube for partnership and they denied me. And then I reapplied again, got, deleted what they called, they said my channel wasn't original. All I was doing was reacting to stuff like everyone else. And I deleted stuff, anything that said copyright. And I got the views again doing lives like these and applied again. And they denied me and they said I can appeal, but if I appeal and lose, I'm gonna lose my channel. I have another personal channel. They say I will lose that. And they said I can apply again, but I don't know what to do because deleted, I think I only have one copyright thing left on my channel, and that was reacting to the Michael Jackson trailer. I'm going to delete that soon, but what can I react to if, you know, they're not going to approve my channel? I did the lives reacting to The Walking Dead, and they still are calling my channel unoriginal, and that, it's not, probably they think it's AI or I'm not, I'm using, I don't know what they want because I'm reacting and reviewing just like I am right now to The Walking Dead. I'm not even showing the show. I'm watching it and discussing it with you just to make sure there's no copyright or anything. And they still rejected my partnership. So I'm doing all this work for this channel. I enjoy interacting with you guys. I enjoy doing this. But it's a lot of work when I was editing the traditional review reactions and showing the show. And that's what other reactors do and they're fine, but when I do it they're saying I'm not using original material. Like, I'm original, I'm me. So, and so I cut that out and I just did lives hardly showing the show at all, and it's just my reaction, and they still denied me. I don't know what else to do. So I want to react to other stuff, but I'm just like, I don't know why YouTube is against my channel. You can check out my channel and see what you think they're they're on about, but I don't get it. Hi, 177, thank you. Thank you, Constant. Hi, Constant. I didn't see when you came in. Thank you, Constant. I'm not taking my cap off, Reaper. Uh, hi, I need. Yeah. So I don't know what's going on, and they're even threatening suspending my channel. I'm like, what did I do? Don't. I don't even think I'm like it's not even a traditional reaction channel anymore because I'm doing the live and just talking and hardly showing anything. And they're like, no, you're gonna, if you appeal this and we might suspend you, you can reapply again in February. But what's the use? Because I applied recently and last week they told me no and that I could get suspended. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. And I'm afraid to ask because they're like, if you appeal and you and we say no, not only are we going to take this channel, we're going to take any other channel you have. And I have a personal channel, there's not much on it. It's like, me talking about my beliefs and, quirky things. Like I see a cute car, like a classic car in my neighborhood, I would record it. And because I like classic car for some reason. I'm not a car enthusiast, but if I see something artistic and beautiful, like, I take pictures of it or record it. But there, isn't that weird, Constant? It's just so weird. I just saw when I was going live, it popped up on the popular page, I guess, or the algorithm, because I do The Walking Dead, that came up. I saw something called The Walking Dead Daily, and they just have like polls, like this character is liked 100%, this character, and their channel seems to be doing well. So maybe I'll start doing stuff like that. But that's very unoriginal. That's using pictures, other people's pictures, and clips from the show and talking over it. And yet that's what YouTube is accusing me of. So I don't know what to do. So I don't want to react to other stuff, and I want to David. It's going to put in a lot of work. And if I'm putting in a lot of work and YouTube is threatening to delete my channel, it doesn't motivate me to do anything for the channel. The only reason I'm even doing this live and continuing The Walking Dead here on this channel is because I know I have viewers, very few, because my last reaction that I edited only had 50 something views. So it's very few people watching the reactions anymore, the curated video reactions. I have you wonderful people watching the lives with me just to say hi to me and talk with me, and I appreciate that. But that's the only thing getting me views now. Regular edited um, videos, they're not getting any views. So I don't know if I should continue the channel or not, because it's like, why am I putting in the effort? People aren't watching it, and YouTube is saying, no, we might suspend your channel. So I don't know, you know. So yes, David, I would like to react to other things, but right now I can't because I don't know what direction to go in with the channel, because YouTube is being, I think, a bit unfair with me. And the work, the videos I'm putting up, it's not getting views, which means people aren't interested. So I don't know yet what to do, David. Maybe you can give me some suggestions. Hi, Roland. Raul Near. Thank you, Raspberry. I appreciate um, your condolence on this. Thank you, Cam J. I don't know what to do, Cam J. Cam J, honestly, I just want to just go to Patreon and just make videos and Walking Dead videos, especially Rishon videos for Patreon, put all my effort there because, at least I know you guys want to see the material that I'm doing. Here on a different take YouTube, the views are just going down. Hi, you're from Egypt, David? Oh, wow. I have there's a wonderful member of this channel. Her name is Noor. She's from Egypt too. Alexandria, specifically. So, yeah, the views, the last video, thing 515 cam was just 50 views. So maybe that's why YouTube is telling me that, you know, you know, they would never partner with me, or I don't know what it is. Maybe because they see that people aren't interested in the material I'm putting out. So I don't know. Maybe I'll just start doing the AI videos that I'm seeing Walking Dead Daily do. They're just putting out just stuff. Like what the thing that YouTube accused me of is what that channel is doing. And they're getting all the views and they have partnership with YouTube. So, it's so ironic. I'm doing my own authentic and review and reaction, and they're saying that I'm not original or authentic. And the person that's using AI and just regurgitating stuff and using the Walking Dead material and just let AI write the script for them, they are getting the views, and YouTube has partnered with them. So I don't know what, maybe I should just do it and see what happens with YouTube. It's just ridiculous. But I don't even want to put the effort in that, because then they're going to say no to me again, and all that work that I'd put in, that because I'm studying for something right now. So I really have to sacrifice to do videos for the YouTube channel. And to do all of that and not to hear from them again in February, for them to just say, okay, we're suspending this account, and then we're going to suspend your personal account that has nothing to do with what's going on this channel. It's crazy. Imbaba, Egypt. Wow. Where is that in terms of Alexandria? You north, south, east, west of Alexandria? Yes, they are. It's very obvious, raspberry, and I'm wondering if it's because they have teams. The algorithm isn't the one choosing who they partner with. They have actual employees that work for them. And I'm wondering if those people are just picking who they like, or who they identify with. Because it just doesn't make sense to me that I'm inauthentic, unoriginal, and their answer is no because of that. You're seeing how more authentic can you get with just me talking to you? I don't get it. Oh, thank you, Sue. I'm so appreciative of your subscription. Thank you. Thank you, David. I appreciate it very much. And give me some suggestion of things you'd like to see. But I'm gonna play YouTube games, guy. We'll see. We're gonna play detective. Let's we're gonna play detective. So if you guys want to start your own YouTube channel, you will learn from what I'm going through. Use me as your guinea pig, as your experiment. So I'm going to make AI videos for this channel, and I'm going to see what YouTube says, because they accuse me of being inauthentic and unoriginal. Let AI do it and see if they like AI's inauthenticity and AI's unoriginality. And we will know that it's all a bunch of, hogwash. True detective, make a reaction, but then, it's I would have to use that show, and then I would have to react to it, and I'd have to edit it. I'd have to edit it, and I'd have to put out the videos, and that's a lot of work. And then YouTube is just, if YouTube cancels me, suspends me, and then takes away my personal channel, what then? What Cam J said, what if you do live reactions to other shows and just post the live only? I think, oh, that's a great idea, Cam J. Like, I'm gonna try that. So like I'm doing the live to The Walking Dead. I'll do live reactions to shows. You guys give me the shows, and I'll do live reactions to them. And that's it. I'm not gonna edit the videos or anything, because that's just a waste of time. I'll edit them for my Patreon um, subscribers, because they are interested in in the same topics I am, Rashod. And that's why I did The Walking Dead, to discuss and analyze Rashod. So I'll do live reaction for shows, and then edit for Patreon only, for what my Patreon viewers want to see. Thank you. It is a slap in the face, Raspberry. It's just I asked them. I said, "How can it be inauthentic if it's me?" it's my opinion, it's my review, it's my reaction, and everyone has a reaction channel and they give their opinion and reaction. How am I inauthentic for doing that? And they're using other people's material. The shows are not, they didn't create the shows, they're reacting to the shows. Why me? Why am I reacting, my reaction to the show inauthentic? I don't understand, So I, I asked them and they didn't, they still said no. And then they said, edit my channel and when I get back, edit my channel. Well, if I edited, that means delete the stuff that were copyrighted and stuff like that. So I did music videos and I did stuff like that. So those were completely copyrighted, and some of the reactions I did, no matter how I whittled down the show, those were copyrighted. So I deleted all of that from my channel, and they said delete anything that was not original. So I deleted all the copyrighted. So I'm assuming that's not original because they're saying, and and the views went down because of all getting rid of so many videos on my channel. So they said when I get back to the amount that qualifies me, then I can reapply. So I did that last week. I did it the week before and they took over a week to get back to me. So I reapplied once I got back to those views because doing the live with you, I was getting views on the lives. And I reapplied and they said they took over a week and then they came back with the same thing and said, no, you do not qualify. You are, you need to read our thing about qualification, which they didn't tell me why they said I didn't qualify. Last time they told me I was inauthentic and unoriginal, and now they wouldn't say why, and they threatened me with suspension when they didn't say I did anything wrong. So why am I being threatened with suspension? So I'm thinking it's someone's personal, the person that reviewed it just didn't like me. And it was just like, whatever, get lost. Because I can't, they didn't give me anything tangible. I don't know. I don't know. You do not like members only videos on YouTube. Oh, I can't even do that, David. So that's not, that won't be on my channel. Smith, stop being rude. I do work. Stop. Behave yourself. Set a schedule, Cam J. What do you mean? Oh, for the lives? Okay. Yeah, Raspberry. It's like I'm being targeted. Yeah. Maybe what do you call it? Fan is one of the reviewers. The one of the person that gives um yeah, I think yeah, it doesn't make sense. Why they're rejecting me and they're the first time they gave me specific reason that didn't make any sense, and this time they're not giving me any reason. So yeah, I feel like I'm being targeted. Yeah, YouTube is no longer fun. It's just not. And yeah, it's not, yeah. Oh, you did, Sue? You used to make edits on shows or anime and you lost viewer count? Wow. Yeah, but it looks like they don't want people using shows anymore. I would not recommend anyone start a reaction channel. It looks like they don't want you to use anybody's material. They want you to create shows or you ex to do channels that based on your life, or if you have a skill like you're teaching people things. I think they want to use us to create content for them, and then they advertise, they make all the money. They pay, they charge companies to advertise, and then they ask us to pay them to not see those advertising. So they're double dipping and using our efforts to create the content to get advertisers for their platform. And yet they're not actually, they don't want to share the revenue for the advertising because they make it, they have arbitrary rules for you to go into that partnership, like what I'm telling you, that the rules doesn't make any, they're not giving me a reason why I cannot share in the partnership with, you know, in the revenue what that they're getting for my efforts. So they want free people working for them for free, creating content for them for free. They use that content to make revenue, and then they ask us to pay them not to see the ads. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's some pretty sketchy stuff going on. So they don't, so the reason they don't want us to use other people content, they want us to come up with content and use ourselves, our lives, or our skills, knowledge to create content for them, is because the people that like reaction and reviews, those people have copyright on their product, which is perfectly reasonable. But reactions to those copyrighted material are supposed to be allowable by law if you only use a certain amount. I think it's under, use a small amount for public, for it, for reasons of critiquing or whatever, which is what reaction channels are. But it looks like they're being, I think if they're not getting a certain amount of views, they can't uh, justify selling the advertiser space on those channels. So I guess because my views aren't huge, but yet my shorts have very high views, very, very high views. But so they're putting advertisements on those, so they're using my shorts. But so it's, I would not recommend anyone do a reaction channel, not now. If you started a few years ago and have built a substantial enough audience and get a huge amount of views on the long form videos, then I would say it. Otherwise, you're going to be working like a slave for YouTube, and you're not going to get anything in return other than the beautiful people, the subscribership. But you have to be able to have the time to put that effort in and not get anything in return. I have to work. So if I'm going to put so much effort, if if I make enough with YouTube, then it will justify putting that and more effort in, but if you can't because you have to work, and then this, you don't have enough time to put the effort in, the channel is going to um suffer for it. The quality is not going to be good, and the your subscribers, your audience, you want to give them the best. They're taking their precious time to watch your channel, so you want to give them quality, but the quality is going to suffer because you don't have the time. If you notice, the people with the best reaction channels are the ones that can um are doing it for a living because they're making enough money from either you know subscriptions that they're selling on of their um like they have a class or whatever, or the YouTube partnership has um sufficient, they get it, a decent amount to make a living off of it. So those are the channels because they have the time to put the effort in. But the channels where you're working and doing other stuff, plus you have to do it, the quality is not going to be as good. And if the incentive is not there to one day get to at least a small partnership, because some people channel the little that they're making can't do anything. They can buy equipments. I don't even make anything to buy equipments. See, I need a mic, I need certain things to help the channel look and sound more professional. But, so I would not recommend if you're going to do a YouTube channel, I say create your own thing, but uh, do enough of it so that you can do enough of it ahead of time before you put it on the channel. Like prepare a lot before you go live on the channel, because it's going to take a lot of time. It's going to take a lot of effort if you don't have the time, and for it to be look professional. What's that, Cam J? I've never heard of that. Cam J asked me if I have a buy me a coffee account. I don't know what that is, Cam J. David, no one in Egypt says my name right. Really? France? Hi, France. I am not Justin, so I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, so I would not. Cam J, you were thinking of doing a YouTube channel. What kind of channel would you want to make? Because I'm just like, I don't see um a future in reaction channels unless you can get find a show that can get you a big audience right away, and people connect with your channel right away, where you get a big enough audience where YouTube will say, greedily say, okay, they make a lot of money, so I can convince advertisers to go with this, to use this channel, so it's the luck of the draw, because I see some Walking Dead channels like they're just starting out. They're like on episode 1, and they get huge views because they're first time viewers. So I think that's enticing for Walking Dead fans. But deep analysis like that I'm doing, and I'm not a first time viewers, they don't care about that. Oh wow, Cam J, please share it with us. I want to subscribe, please. I would love to subscribe to your channel. And what do you oh, shows that you missed. So you will be a first time viewer. So that may get you a lot of interest in the beginning, Cam J. But let me know because I want to subscribe, please. Vlogs? Vlogs about what, David? I could do a vlog on my personal channel, but it's hard to let people in onto your personal life. I don't know about that. I'm thinking if something interesting I was doing that I could share about that, but just my daily life, that's not interesting enough to vlog about. No, don't. No, no. It's not my moment, Cam J. And I'm so grateful for your support for this channel and at Patreon. Come on, Cam J. Share it please so that we can support you, Cam J. Please. This is not, don't feel funny. This is, I want to support you, and I want the others here to support you too. My life, David? Oh, no. Too boring. If you think if The Walking Dead is not getting a lot of views. What do you think a vlog of my life would get? Stories I Missed. That's the name of the channel. I'm going to look for it now. Hold on. So, stories I missed. Let's look for Cam J's channel, guys. She's reacting to shows she missed. Stories I missed. Cam J, I don't see. One is The Wire. Is that it says I don't when I put stories I missed, a lot of shorts come up. Sherry Dwight and Sherry's sister. Yes, those are the people that are with Daryl. Sherry, that's her name. I couldn't remember her name. Sherry. Yeah. Stories I missed channel. Put put it in the comment. Put the link in the comment, Cam J, because I'm seeing a lot of channels, but a lot of Korean channels and shorts. Oh yeah, David. I'm into a lot of action movies. I used to watch when I was a kid. I used to watch a lot of Bruce Lee when I was the 90s action movies. I loved the Terminator series. Well, not all of them. The first couple, the Terminator. And isn't that like so prophetic now because of what's going on with AI? Have you guys heard what AI is doing? AI is blackmailing its programmers, you know? So I loved all of those action movies. Remember Commando with Arnold Schwarzenegger and the Rush Hour and all of those movies? John Wick, I did see John Wick and I loved John Wick. I didn't see the latter few, but you know, the sequels, but I loved John Wick. Okay, let me see. I'm trying to find Cam J's channel. Hold on. Everyone, please go to Cam J's channel and subscribe. It's youtube.com/@stories I missed. Let's see. Why does it say this site can't be reached? Hold on, I must have typed something wrong. HTTPS YouTube. Oh, .com. I didn't put .com. Oh, much love, Cam J. It's an honor to do this for you. Guys, go. It's HTT. Ooh, is this you, Cam J? You are so cute. Oh my gosh. You just got a subscriber. Cam J's doing The Wire. You're doing Star Trek, Peaky Blinders, Sinners. You did Sinners. Oh my gosh. I'm afraid to do Sinners because I have some take that I think a lot of people would get offended at. Cam J. Um, Cam J did Sinners. Cam J did The Wire. She did Peaky Blinders. She did Twisted Metal, Fight Club. I've never seen Fight Club. And Twisted Metal. Oh, you're watching some horror there, Cam J. So I'm now subscribed. Guys, go to Cam J. Oh, Raspberry subscribed. David, go subscribe to Cam J. It's https youtube.com/at stories I missed. You gotta go. She's watching a lot of action. She's watching Star Trek. She's watched Peaky Binder. She's watched uh, The Wire, Twisted Metal, Fight Club. Oh my gosh, KJ, you're so cute. Oh my gosh. Oh, and you're gonna do This Is Us? Oh, This Is Us. Is This Is Us the one with ooh, the one that what's her name? The Jessie was in? Sons of Anarchy brings in a lot of views, Raspberry says. David, you like recaps more than movies? What do you mean recaps? Like reviews? So those are the videos. Let me see what else. Okay, so you're doing movies, Cam J. How many movies do you have so far? So you have Fight Club, Star Trek, is that 6? The Undiscovered Country, you have Sinners and Sinners post credit. Okay. So Cam J has 4 movies so far, and she has Peaky Blinders, The Wire, and How comes I didn't see Fight Club? But oh my gosh, I'm 3 movies. Okay, so I'm subscribed to Cam J. I'm gonna watch your reaction because I have some thoughts on Sinners. I'm I'm leaving Sinners alone because if I get into my analysis is very deep and very spiritual, and it may offend a lot of people. Suburban 1979 and Superman 2025 in approximately a week. Okay, so I have not seen Superman 2025 yet. So yeah, I would like to see that, but I haven't seen that yet. Original Superman is my favorite, all-time favorite superhero movie. So Suburban 1978, I've never heard of that, Cam J. Cam J, we should do what do you call it? A split screen and react to something one day. Like a collaboration. Raspberry says Superman 2025 is really good. The guy who plays Superman is a real looker. Charlotte. Charlotte said, I've watched you for ages. It's my birthday today. Can I please get a mention? Of course, Charlotte. Happy birthday, love. Happy birthday. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day, a blessed day, and a blessed year ahead. I hope that for you. Superman 1978. Are you talking about the original Superman, Kanjay? You want to do that? Yes, let's do that. Yes, let's do a reaction together. That would be so cool. But congratulations, Cam J, and I wish you very well. I think you will do well. Um, just keep at it. Just keep at it. You get in that subscription and your views, the do a few lives, you'll get the views fast. do the live, and you'll get the 4,000 watch hour views, because it's hard getting the watch hour views just with the reactions if you're not getting like thousands, like tens of thousands of views on your reactions yet, because you're gonna get them. So do a few lives. We'll join and get those watch hours, and your subscriptions are gonna go up faster too with the lives. Me, David, no, I'm not doing a live tomorrow. Why? Do you want to do a live tomorrow? What do you want us to talk about tomorrow? Unless I do an finish the Walking Dead reactions today and do another Walking Dead reaction tomorrow. Oh, you've already reacted to 1978? Oh, I didn't see it there. Do Dexter live? You Cam J or me? Oh, okay. Let's do Dexter live. Cam J says to do Dexter live. So I'll do Dexter live, but we'll have to schedule it. We'd have to schedule like every Sunday at or every Saturday at certain time. We do okay. So I'll do Dexter live. We'll do it what? Is it on Netflix, Cam J? Is Dexter on Netflix? Good night, David. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate you so much. Have a beautiful rest. And thank you for subscribing and come back. We're going to do Dexter. And I'll put the schedule that we'll do it every week at a specific time so that we'll keep a schedule. So I have to check it out because the only streaming service I have now, CamJ, is Netflix. I've gotten rid of everything. Today's my last day on Disney Plus. I had Disney Plus for a year and I hardly used it. I just used it to react to what was it the other day, and I can't even put it on YouTube because I know they're going to. What was it? Fantastic Four. Yeah, check for me, Cam J, because I'll do Dexter live. I'll just have to choose a day and a time. Maybe I'll do it on Friday nights. The only for Oh, it's not on Netflix. That's the only streamer I have. I can only do Netflix shows now. Um, because what I'll do, whatever show I'm gonna react to or whatever movie, I can do it like I can say Friday nights, unless I am working. Because sometimes I work late into the nights on Fridays, but I can say Friday nights we'll do a live reaction to a show or a movie. Hi, Nona. Hi, MD. Okay, let's get back to The Walking Dead. We're reacting to The Walking Dead season 6, episode 6. Good night, David. Thank you. Bye, David.
Can't believe we're back. It's not home anymore. It's better than where we were.
This is a pit stop. We pick up Patty, nothing more than that.
They're picking up Patty. Who's Patty?
Do it.
You saw where we left the truck? We opened the valve and drove all the way in from Farmview Road. Ran from the tree line till we got to the pavement. Lit up a matchbook from the Sweetwater and dropped it in on the trail. And we just ran for the car.
Wow. Dwight looks very thin and
Ones were there. They're
Dara looks
in the
jacked.
hood, and then boom.
Bye, David.
Knocked them on their asses, and I took an axe to each one.
We just watched it go up. No more moans, no more of that wailing. It's just the fires, burning them all away.
You did all this?
It was right at the start. Everything stopped. The TV, the radio, we were here. The forest was full of them. And the other ones in town, they were drawn to it. They just walked right into the flames. We got most of them. Thought we ended it for us. She was in D.C. We thought everyone was fighting them wherever they were.
Yeah, we thought that was what everybody was doing. Fighting it. We'd all win together. We were stupid.
Y'all don't think you're being stupid right now?
You saying I should kill you? I mean it. Are you gonna try to pull something on them? Or are we just being thick here by not removing all doubt? Right now, by me not pulling this trigger, is that a mistake? I'm serious. I really want to know. You made a choice to kill for someone else, to have them own you for a roof over your head and 3 squares, so maybe I'm not considering all aspects here. Tell me, am I being stupid?
No. Look, I got somewhere to be. We can make a deal. I can help you out.
You're one of them. You're hurt, and you're alone, and you'd say anything. We should have never trusted you people to begin with. Go home. Keep moving.
So yeah, Dwight really thinks Daryl is a savior. He wasn't, but Daryl isn't saying anything. But Dwight won't allow him to say anything.
Son of a bitch.
Hi, Jay.
Patty.
She could be.
No, she's gone.
Then we make another plan.
Yeah, we get out of here. That's the plan.
Then that's the plan. You guys didn't have to do this for me. Look, it was the right thing for all of us. This was the right thing. Even if just you guys went back now, if you just told them that it was me, we'll find a way. Just think about it. No.
Look, maybe we don't get as far. Hey,
Hey, sister, look at me.
hey, stop!
Please.
Uh-oh, Daryl took their bag, and I guess the bag has the insulin that the girl needs. So that thing wasn't tied really well.
Sasha, Abraham, you there?
Look in the bag, look, and you see it's insulin. Give thanks with a grateful heart. Give thanks to the only one. Give thanks because he's given Jesus Christ, his son. It's insulin. I know that's what it's gonna be. I've never seen that. Oh, it's a gun. See, I've never seen this episode. Hmm. I know about it, but I didn't see it this episode.
His bike's gone.
So Sasha and Abraham now.
These are his shells.
He fired at him, got away.
He caught a good bounce.
There weren't enough people around. I just wait around for somebody to ambush. And they what we were doing.
No, they were looking at you of someone in particular. Whatever the hell they were.
Daryl, you copy? Daryl,
Dollars to donuts. He's on his way back to Alexandria now.
he wouldn't leave us behind.
He already did.
But he came back.
So we go look for him.
Best way to find a tracker is to stay put. Let him find you.
You just want us to sit here with our precious feathers in our hands?
No.
I really like Sasha. She's smart.
Don't.
What?
You're smarter than that. We don't need to leave breadcrumbs.
Amen, child of God. He does have better. You know, the first time I watched it, Raspberry, I didn't really care about Sasha and Abraham's relationship. I thought that relationship came out of nowhere. And I thought I hated how he broke up with what's her name? Rosita. I still do. I think that was so terrible of him. The way he did it. Yeah, you can break up with someone if you don't want to be with them anymore. But what he said to her was so unnecessary and mean. I guess he wanted her to get it that it's done. He didn't want her to think that there was any room for, you know, doubt or anything, but it was excessively mean. He was very harsh. He was terrible. I would not want to talk to him ever again, which is exactly what he wanted um to wanted to do, to break it off in such a way that she thought there was no, he wasn't joking. But so I think that colored my view of him and Sasha together, and also that they were focusing on just, all of a sudden he and Sasha are together and they're getting scenes together and everything. And yet we were watching the build up of Rick and Michonne, and then they just acted as if they separated Rick and Michonne so that they could do the story with Rick and Jesse's family. And I was just like, why are we doing that and not do, just need it's just to me it was I was salty at how they love to push other couples when the couple that that was working they were working toward for so long, they just try to pretend that you know, okay, we're just going to do something else. So, like, at exit stage left, exit stage right, play the story here. You can sit here, Michonne, while we do this story here. And then, so I was just like, I was dissatisfied with the writing. The writing was very plottish. It was just plottish. And I saw Abraham and Sasha as plottish, which it was. They did it because they didn't need it because they had Rosita who cared about Abraham to really help with the emotions for what happened with Abraham. And it also carried on because she also had that impetus for revenge. So they didn't really need the Sasha component. So I don't know why they pushed and forced that. But seeing the episodes again and watching it, because it looks like I didn't watch a lot of season six because I was so annoyed with it. And maybe I just skimmed or watched certain scenes. I don't remember why. I knew the story, but I didn't see the episodes because I don't remember a lot of this episode. So I didn't watch it. So I don't think I watched it. So this would be a first time viewing of this episode. Seeing it and seeing them together, they do have chemistry and they do make sense. Versus when I first watched it, because I didn't see scenes like this, they didn't make any sense to me. So, well, not that they didn't make any sense. I just thought it was uh, they forced this a little, So uh seeing it now, they really work. The type of person Sasha is, in the terms of, as I said, she doesn't put up with BS. She's just, blunt to the point, suffers doesn't suffer fools gladly. Abraham is attracted the hell out of that. He's so attracted to that. And it's so obvious. Versus a Rosita who is a wannabe. Rosita is a big one. She's tough and whatever, but she tries to impress, and she was trying to impress Abraham when Sasha couldn't give a, you get what I'm saying? And Abraham was impressed with that and wanted to impress. He was just like, this woman is so cool. Because I think Sasha is so cool. As I said before, Sasha is one of those people you want to be friends with. You want her to like you because she's so cool. You're like, oh my gosh, I don't want her. I don't want to get on her bad side. I don't want her to dismiss me. I want her to like me. She's one of those type of people you really want her. You want to be on her good side, and she's so cool, and you just want her to. You want to impress her. And I think the only person that didn't play up to that with Sasha, like, Sasha does her own thing, and you're not like, oh my gosh, I hope Sasha thinks I'm cool too, was Michonne. It's like Michonne, even though she was not as blunt and dismissive as Sasha is, as Sasha was, Michonne, she plays to her own drum. She's just like, whatever, take you or leave you. So she's like that. So she wasn't easily impressed by Sasha or trying to impress Sasha like everybody else. Yes, yes, Raspberry. Rosita is a wannabe. She's more of a follower than a leader. Sarah, what about Rick? Rick is so caught up in leadership. Rick had so much on his plate. He saw Sasha's skill and he's like, do you? So he wasn't trying to impress Sasha for that reason. Not, maybe he would if he didn't have so much on his plate. Maybe he would be like Abraham, trying to see how cool Sasha is and want to impress Sasha. But because Rick has so much on his plate, he couldn't care less what anyone was doing in the terms of societal games. That peerage. Uh, even though we may not be conscious of it, we all live in our little bubbles and our little societal groups and what's going on in our little pockets. So yeah, even though we're not conscious of it, these things are happening. Just like how you have a pack of dogs, there is a hierarchy and there is a just to, jostling for positions. you know, to be the leader of the pack or to be the cool one or be in this group. We may not realize we're doing it, but it's happening around us. So Rick, he's not, it's happening around him and he's conscious of it, but he's not playing into it because he's too busy trying to keep everybody alive. So, yeah, he knows, like when he called to Sasha, he used like Sasha just to show them we have a sniper. So he's aware. He's very aware. Rick is smarter than a lot of people give him credit for. He's very intelligent. And that's why he attracted Michonne away from his willingness to do anything to protect his people and his child, that which is, spoke to Michonne more than anything else. He also, he's also hella intelligent. He's a great detective. He's he reads people very well, just like Michonne. Michonne and Rick are soulmates. They are laid, people see them as laid back and quiet, but I use a term about Rick, which applies to Michonne too. They're still waters. They seem quiet and they seem easygoing and laid back, but they're not. They're quiet, they're still, but they're hella deep. Deep waters run, still waters run deep, right? There's a lot going on with Rick and there's a lot going on with Michonne. They're observing. People don't think they're observing just because they're quiet, but they're observing. They're hella smart, and you don't want to rock the boat too much with them. Just like with Sasha. Sasha tried Michonne. She thinks because Michonne is quiet and just not bothered by too many things according to what people see, that doesn't make it true. But just because she just keeps herself centered, quiet to herself, but she's observing. But and Sasha in her PTSD tried Michonne, and Michonne just said, no, no, no. So still waters. Michonne and Rick are still waters, and they're deep. They're deep, deep, deep people. Very intelligent, extremely intelligent. So, and they're very aware of what's going on. Very. Michonne and Sasha are A's. They're definitely A's. But as I said, Sasha is the type that you want to impress. But the only person that the people that I see around her that wouldn't want to, quickly, the people that wouldn't be trying to impress her, they'd appreciate her, but they wouldn't be trying to impress her are Rick, Michonne, and Daryl. Raspberry said Rick is good at delegating. He knew Sasha is a sharpshooter and let her do her own thing. Yes. Just leave. Daryl is carrying the show. No, he's not. Daryl is not carrying the show. And we have proof. I had that discussion before. He's a fan favorite. People love him. I love him. But he doesn't carry the show. Rick is carrying the show. Rick Grimes is carrying the show. The ensemble is a great supporting ensemble. Great supporting ensemble because they bring so much to the table. They bring a lot of fans. They have their own fandom, and as characters, they're so good. They bring so much to the story, and they actually color Rick's story, even make Rick's story even bigger and better. If it was Rick alone, it wouldn't be as good. So he needs a Daryl, he needs a Michonne, he needs a Abraham, he needs a Carol, he needs a Maggie. He just it all of them together makes it dynamic and awesome. But without Rick, It's not as dynamic. It's not as awesome. And if you take away, you can take away some, and it's still good. But if you take away Rick, if Rick Grimes dies, the Walking Dead universe is over. It's over. You'll have factions of fans. You'll have Daryl fans. You'll have Michonne fans. You'll have Carol fans. You'll have Negan fans here and there. But it will not support a whole universe. You'll not never get a huge chunk of a general audience again. And it's proven because how it's proven with the spin-offs. The spin-offs proved it. The Negan and the Daryl spin-off had interest because people still didn't know what happened to Rick. So they were like, okay, we'll continue watching Daryl and we'll continue watching Negan and we'll continue watching this until we find out what happens to Rick. Because maybe in a Negan show we'll find out. Maybe in a Daryl show we'll find out. They may mention Rick or Rick's story may converge with him. The general audience interest in The Walking Dead, the foundation is Rick. So there was interest in Daryl's and Negan's spinoff before we found out what happened to Rick. Then when Rick's spinoff happened, not only did you have Rick fans, not only did you have Michonne fans, did you the Michonne spinoff, not only did you have but you had general Walking Dead fans. And then you had people who weren't the Walking Dead fans who were curious. And then they got the completion. They got the story completion of Rick, which to them gave them the completion of the Walking Dead story. Then they went back to Daryl, and then they went back to Negan's spinoff. And what happened? Ratings plummeted, leaving only the Negan fans and the Daryl fans for their spin-off. And they weren't enough to carry a show that they had to cancel because the ratings were atrocious. Because they knew what happened to Rick. So the interest was there. So Daryl sans Rick is not interesting enough for general audiences to be interested in The Walking Dead. But Rick sans Daryl is enough for general audiences to be interested in The Walking Dead. So Rick carries the show. The Walking Dead universe is Rick Grimes' story. It's not, Daryl cannot carry the show because his spinoff died. Because the reason why the general audience was interested in Daryl is Daryl in relation to Rick. The reason why the general audience was interested in Negan is Negan in relation to Rick. But people can watch Rick without Daryl. They can watch Rick without Negan because their interest in the walking in those characters is in relation to Rick. And Rick is there, so they're going to watch Rick. Yeah, Daryl still has his fans. Negan has his fans, but not enough to support a whole show, the Walking Dead universe. It's not enough. Abdullah, he's a great character, but he does not carry the show. Hi, Siddhar from India. Nice to meet you. Okay, let me finish up episode 6. Oh, I remember Abraham in a soldier's uniform. So he found one in that place that he and Sasha went into. So that's where he got the soldier's uniform. See, I never saw this episode because I don't remember this.
How come Gorgeous over here is still standing?
He can't get out. It's locked. They're fine.
Sasha is so cool.
Stay and watch your sleep. Your choice.
I'll take the former. Do a little shopping, maybe.
Proud to have provided value. I pray for the world going. I didn't get to read the rest of it.
Can't sleep.
Just Lee says, I think that Rick is not carrying the show alone, but watching for the bond between him and Daryl after the Shane incident. Rick got himself a new brother and a new family.
No idea how much
I didn't say that people were watching the show alone for Rick. I said everyone added value to the show, but people were not just watching for Rick and Daryl because he's a new brother and a new family. He got himself a new brother and a new family. Rick's new family is Michonne, Michonne. It was Michonne, Carl, Judith, and now it's Michonne. Rick's family, new family was Michonne, Carl, Michonne, Judith, and RJ. That's Rick's new family. So that's that. But people were not watching because of his new bond with Daryl, and his the extended Rick. They were watching because just what they were watching in the beginning, a man looking for his family. They were interested in his story and the apocalyptic story and the people he met along the way, including Daryl, right? But they were not just watching for him and Daryl. This, and you made a statement that Daryl is carrying the show. So that you can't now say, oh, it's Daryl and Rick while they're watching. No, they're watching for Rick because that's what the show started with. And the drama between Rick, Shane, and Laurie made it very interesting. That brought people in. They were very interested in Rick waking up in this world, but also what really enticed people was the drama around, it was like, is he going to find his family? Because they were interested in Rick and Morgan and Dwayne. They wanted Rick and Morgan and Dwayne together. And then knowing that Rick is searching for his family, and then they saw the drama with Shane and Laurie. So they weren't watching because they love that brotherhood with Shane and Rick, and then it transferred to Shane and to Rick and Daryl. That's a part of the story, but that wasn't the only reason that they were watching. What really got people into The Walking Dead was the drama between Rick, Shane, and Laurie. So it wasn't just about Rick and Shane. They were like, oh my gosh, what's gonna happen? It was a juicy soap opera type of drama. So they were into that. So when people are like, oh, people don't watch The Walking Dead for love story and whatever, what do you call it? That was a triangle. That was a love triangle between Rick, Shane, and Laurie. So all of a sudden, when it's a love story with Rick and Michonne, with Rick wanted to return to Michonne and Michonne looking for Rick, nobody's interested in that. But guess what? That was the spinoff that did the numbers for AMC, right? And so it wasn't just about brotherhood. it was the love story drama. That was what hooked people, the love story drama. It wasn't just about no brotherhood. And then Rick and Shane, Rick and Daryl becoming brothers, um, that bond was strong, but not as strong as Rick and Michonne. Michonne is Rick's best friend. And then Michonne is Rick's wife. And now Rick is trying to reunite with his wife just like he was in the beginning. So to dismiss that and say that the brotherhood of Rick and Daryl is the reason people watch, that might be your reason. But again, the numbers back up what I was saying. Rick is the Walking Dead universe. The supporting characters around him made it better. But the supporting characters were not the reason that they were watching it. And they weren't carrying the show. So they enhanced Rick's story because those supporting character by themselves with just their fans, they couldn't carry their show. And The Walking Dead, when Rick left, after Michonne left in season 10, then season 11, there was no Rick and Michonne. No Rick, no Michonne. And AMC wanted the show to continue, but the ratings were going so low, AMC said, kill it. They said, cancel it. Trust me, if Walking Dead was still making good numbers, AMC would not cancel it because it's their number one show. At that time, even with that low ratings, it was their number. But it's expensive. It's a very expensive show to produce because it's a huge ensemble cast. It's very expensive. And with the new contracts, with the Teamsters and with the actors and everything, I'm in this industry. It's hella expensive to produce. So if they're not making advertising dollars to even produce it, much less make a profit, they said cancel it. And that was the season that there was no Rick and there was no Michonne. And before that, before Michonne left, they were saying that they would keep making it into infinity. But then Michonne left to go look for Rick. And guess what? Majority of the audience said, we want that story. Because where's Rick? Because their interest is still in Rick. Everybody else supports Rick's story. That's what it's about. Just said, in my opinion, spin-offs doesn't matter. It's just not the real Walking Dead, but the main series is the real deal, and it wouldn't have been this awesome without Daryl. I didn't say Daryl adds a lot of value to the Walking Dead, but you cannot say that the spin-off is not the real deal. Actually, the spin-off with Rick is the real Walking Dead. And that's what I'm trying to tell you, because Rick is the Walking Dead. Daryl adds value to it, but Daryl is not the Walking Dead. Rick Grimes is the Walking Dead. That's why his spin-off did well. Because wherever Rick is where the audience wants to be. That's where they want the story to be. Wherever Daryl is not the story. Daryl in with Rick, that's where the audience interest is. Michonne with Rick, that's where the audience interest is. Negan with, in Rick's story is where the audience interest really is. The general audience. Negan fans don't care, and Daryl fans don't care if he's with Rick or not. But the general audience, their interest is in those characters in relation to Rick. So if it's in relation to Rick, that means Rick is the foundation. Rick is where the interest is, his story. And it was his story finding his wife, his story in the love triangle, his story at the with the people at the farm, his story with the people in Atlanta, his story in on the journey to Alexandria, his story, it's his story. And it's in relation to his story. When Daryl did his spin-off, people are like, is Daryl gonna find Rick? Is what they're listening for Daryl's story in relation to Rick. It revolves around Rick is the sun, the other characters are the planets in the solar system. So I disagree with you highly, Just Leg, and I'm giving you facts to support why I'm giving you, what do you call it, tangible proof. I'm giving you facts. I'm giving you tangible things that you can quantify to support what I'm telling you. The ratings for the spinoff. You said the spinoffs doesn't matter. Yes, it does. In relationship in relation to the arguments we're both making, because you said Daryl is the Walking Dead. So if Daryl is the Walking Dead and he had a spinoff that is about his character's journey, then that spinoff would get not just Daryl fans, but the general audience who is interested in The Walking Dead. And it didn't. It did get a decent amount when Rick's story was not resolved, when we still didn't know where and what was happening with Rick. And people were still waiting for the conclusion of that. But after we got Rick's story, which brought interest not just from Rick fans, not just from Michonne fans, but the Walking Dead audience fans, when we got to find out where he was and what he was doing and what's going on with him, and the rating supported that interest, when we went back to Daryl's story that did not converge with Rick's story, the audience died. So that gives you a tangible look at who and what carries the interest in The Walking Dead. You can't say it doesn't matter, because you can make a statement and I can make a statement, and it only matters to what we think and care about. But when you have tangible things to support if you have tangible things to support you can show proof by the reaction of the audiences. Remember, these are TV shows produced for audience consumption. If there's no interest, you can't say that's why people watch, because people were not watching. But if I can show you interest, I can say that's why people watch. There's something to support my argument. So you can't say it doesn't matter. And then you want to say only The Walking Dead, the main show, matters, because guess what? That's when you had interest. But then that's when you had Rick. And I show you that when Rick was removed, the interest went down. And when Rick's wife, who found out he was alive and went to look for him, when she left, the interest went down even further. So that tells me interest is married to Rick Grimes. And those that that story revolves around Rick Grimes. Panox says, okay, you're talking about philosophy, Panox. Good luck. Daryl Raspberry said, Daryl fanboys think the bond between Rick and Daryl is stronger than it is. Rick never mentioned him in The Ones Who Live. He asked about Judith and included Daryl in the wider group by asking if they're okay. Yeah, Rick considers Daryl a brother, but over the last few years in The Walking Dead, when Rick and Michonne became a couple, and they were living, they were parenting Judith. That's who Rick was closest to, and that's who Rick considered his best friend, not just his wife. Because when he talked about Michonne and when he dreamed about Michonne, he dreamt of her as a wife. So he considered Michonne his wife, and that's who he's closest to. And Daryl spent most of his time with Maggie or at Hilltop. And even to the point that when what caused Rick to disappear was Daryl betraying Rick for Maggie. So they weren't, their bond had was stretched. Their bond wasn't as close as it was when they were on the road. They had started to grow apart because Daryl gave his loyalty and allegiance to Maggie over Rick. He did it out of guilt, but it's still that he was more, they had grown apart. And then Rick, having a family again, was more insular with he was leading the group and trying to bring the group together, but he had a family now. He had a wife and a child and was more bonded to them than he was to Daryl. So that bond that people love to hold on to about Daryl and Rick was an old bond. It's still there, but it's not as close as it was in the beginning when they were on the road. And it's not a bond tighter and closer than his bond to his wife and child, which I've seen a lot of arguments where people want to put Daryl place in Rick's life above his wife and his children. That makes no sense. And the ones who live, written, created by, and the writing guided by Andrew Lincoln reinforce what I'm saying, that the people that Rick cared about and loved the most, that was closest to his heart, was his wife and children. He loves Daryl. He loves the rest of the group, but his heart, his beating heart, his family is his wife and his children, which it should be. So I don't understand why people think that that's the bond that people, Rick would care about the most, and that the general audience would care about the most. No, they care about Rick's story and who Rick cares about and what Rick is doing, and who, Daryl is a part of that, but it doesn't supersede his wife and his children. So just like how Daryl would not supersede the story with Lori and Carl, he cannot supersede the story. He cannot be above the story with Rick, above Rick, Michonne, RJ, and Judith. That's just us inserting our preference regardless of what's presented to us. Just says, I wasn't serious when I said Daryl is carrying it. Yeah, the MC is Rick, and I know it. But the thing is that the bond between them made it stronger. Nobody cares about Michonne, Lori bullshit, though. And then that tells me you're not serious. I cannot have a serious debate with you, because the reason people got even more super invested in Rick story was the drama between the love triangle between him, Lori, and Shane. So there, it tells me you're not coming to this discussion seriously. You're very unserious, to say nobody cares about Lori. the Lori BS, because that's what invested people in the story. And then to say nobody cares about Michonne. Really, that's why his story about getting back to Michonne and the story about Michonne finding Rick was the most watched spin-off. And that brought viewers and audiences above just Rick and Michonne fans. Versus Daryl's story that only brought Daryl fans. It brought some Walking Dead fans when they thought Daryl's story was going to lead back to Rick. But when they saw that it wasn't, they ditched it. So nobody cares about Michonne and nobody cares about Lori. They care about Rick and the bond between Rick and Daryl. You care. But the ratings tell us that people cared about the bond between Rick and Michonne. And ratings tell us that, and the success of The Walking Dead tells us that people cared about the story between Lori, Rick, and Shane and Carl, because that story was what hooked people, that had them coming back for more. And then it tells me you're very unserious when Michonne left to look for Rick, the ratings went down and the AMC said cancel the show in season 11. Raspberry says Daryl and Rick's relationship is not that interesting in my opinion. It's not. It was interesting in the beginning. It was interesting during season 4, especially. Season 3, when Daryl chose to go back to the prison and he woke up to not being led by Merle anymore. It was interesting then. And it was interesting in season 4 when Daryl tried to convince the claimers not to kill Rick and Michonne and Carl. And Daryl and Rick confessed when Rick called Daryl his brother. It was special then. But that and then during their journey on the road towards Alexandria to DC, it was their bond was tight. But it started to drift apart. Rick actually during that time was getting more bonded to Michonne than even Daryl. Rick was in love with Michonne. Daryl knew it. And Rick was in love with Michonne, and Michonne was becoming his confidant over Daryl. So the bond that they had, though close, started to loosen a little because Rick was in love with someone, and she was not just a romantic interest for him, but she also was becoming his best friend and his confidant over Daryl. And then in Alexandria, Michonne became his full, not only his full confidant, but then his woman. And Daryl was, through PTSD at first, and then everything started getting back to his lonesome ways. And then after Negan, his anger at what happened at Negan, the capture by the Saviors, and then his guilt over causing Glenn's death, in essence, not listening and Negan killing Glenn, his guilt over that even pulled him away from Rick more and resulted in him betraying Rick for her. So their bond isn't this great bond that Daryl's fan loved to celebrate. It's no. It became It was tested and it loosened. And the bond that they love to say that Rick has to Daryl is actually the bond that Rick has to Michonne. Yes, Elias, we're talking about The Walking Dead. My favorite character is Rick and Michonne. So I have two favorite characters. Elias says, I agree with you on Rick Grimes. He started the show. Yeah, The Walking Dead is Rick Grimes. If Rick Grimes, if AMC really wants to kill The Walking Dead, they don't want to do anymore and they want people to move on, kill Rick Grimes. Whether on screen or off screen, just kill him. He's dead. It's over. People will let go of The Walking Dead. They wouldn't care what happened to Daryl. They wouldn't care what happened to Negan. They wouldn't care what happened to anybody if they kill Rick Grimes, because the interest in everyone is in relation to Rick Grimes and his story. The story doesn't have interest and gravitas if Rick is not a part of it. And the spin-off showed us that. So it's the same thing that happened to the comics. Uh, Robert Kirkman killed Rick Grimes because he wanted Carl to carry the story, because he knew that Andy was going to leave the show. So he pivoted and wanted the Rick Carl to carry to carry the comics, which they hoped Carl would carry the show. So Robert Kirkman, thinking ahead, killed Rick Grimes because he knew Andrew Lincoln was going to leave the show. So he killed Rick Grimes so that people would continue with the comics with Carl as the head. But what happened? When he killed Rick Grimes, people stopped buying the comics. It killed the comics. Rick Grimes is The Walking Dead. Even Carl's story is in relation, people are interested in Carl in relation to Rick. Robert Kirkman found that out the hard way, and he killed the comics because the comics, um, people weren't buying it anymore. Just says, I don't really look up what the audience think about spin-off or Rick because I don't watch it anymore. Unfortunately, it's not really that much popular nowadays, but back when I watched the show, yeah, it's not popular. Nothing stays popular forever, unless they went out on their peak, like if The Walking Dead had gone out like on, at season 6, if it went out on its peak. But everything, the interest will eventually die. Life interferes, people grow older, mature, interests change, or they get busy, with things, life. And so they don't have the time to dedicate. And once you stop watching something regularly, it went for 11 years. That's a long time. But you were making statements that this was this. Daryl is the one, Daryl carried the show, and people are only interested in the bond in terms of Rick, with the bond with what interested them in The Walking Dead is the bond with Rick and Daryl. And I'm just showing you based on facts. I'm in the industry, so I look at it from a business perspective. I'm a producer, I'm a filmmaker, but I'm looking at it from that angle. And yeah, Rick is that's not why people watch the show. And how I know is because the ratings, the viewership shows what people are interested in. So no, that's why I was telling you I disagreed with you, and I showed you my point of view based on tangible things that can support my argument. Raspberry says The Walking Dead is the Grimes family. Exactly. Exactly. It wasn't it's the Grimes. Rick Grimes, Now, Michonne Grimes, Judith Grimes, RJ Grimes. No matter what they say, it's because the Rick Grimes and his story is what matters. And his story now involves the family, just like it did in the beginning of the show. Elias says, outside of my family, I don't know many people who still watch the series after Rick left the show. Thank you, Elias. I stopped. I stopped and I only watched the episodes with Michonne because I was curious to see if she would find out where he is or what happened to him. And when she left, that was it. I didn't watch anymore. And the ratings, I wasn't the only one because the ratings went down because, the AMC kept saying, oh, we're going to make the show go on forever because they thought, just like Just thinks that, you know, Daryl and others could carry the show, but the interest wasn't there. The ratings started to die where they weren't getting the advertisers enough to support producing the show. The income wasn't enough. What was coming in was lower than what was going out. Now, when you're having losses, you're not even being getting even. Forget about profit. You're not making profit, but if you can't even stay even where what you get is enough to produce what you're putting out, you better cut your losses quick because if it goes the other way where you're losing money, and I think they were starting to lose money, it made no business sense. Remember, it's show business, it's not show charity. It made no sense to because it's millions, it's hundreds of millions of dollars. Who has that type of money to burn when they're in it to make money? Hi, Rashida. Hi, my sister. Thank you for joining. Just says, well, it was great to have a conversation about The Walking Dead. My favorite character was Daryl back when I was younger. I dreamed about getting a motor bicycle because of Daryl. So I like Daryl even more than Rick. Well, and there's nothing wrong with that, Just. So I'm not knocking you being a Daryl fan, and I'm not knocking you liking Daryl and aspiring to be like Daryl. I was like, great, that's awesome. We all have different favorites and whatever. But I was just telling you the facts in relation to the industry and the show. So Rashida said, I'm watching Andrew Lincoln show Teachers. He's dorky and cute. Oh, really? I think that was one of his first shows, right, Rashida? Rashida said, Rick is the show. Michonne leaving to find Rick in season 10, episode 13. I held on to find out about Rick. Yeah, lots of people did. And even people watched the Daryl Dixon and Negan spinoff to find out if they knew anything about Rick. And when they saw that the shows didn't include anything about Rick, the ratings for the second season of those shows fell drastically. Um, Just says, Daryl made me feel more into the show. Yeah, Rick may be the reason why The Walking Dead exists, but Daryl and Rick Brotherhood made me excited about the show. But I respect your opinion. I got to go now, so have a nice day. Thank you, Just. Thank you for having a discussion with me. Big Shark said, you don't even have blonde hair or blue eyes. No, I don't. I have beautiful brown eyes and brown hair and curly brown hair. All of this is my hair. This is not fake. This is all my hair and I'm grateful for it. I love it. It's beautiful. I love its versatility and its curls, and I can puff it and I can straighten it. I can do anything with it. It's just gorgeous. I love it. And I love my brown eyes. So, do you have blonde hair and blue eyes? If you do and you love it, good for you. But I love what God gave me. I think it's gorgeous. Raspberry says Angela Kang thought Daryl Negan was enough to carry the show. She was out of touch. I don't know. Well, she's a showrunner, so she was hired to run the show. I don't think she thought she was a huge Daryl fan. That I do know. So maybe she thought Daryl could anchor the show, but I think the decision came from the executives. I think AMC thought that, you know. I think that's why they even pushed for Negan to not to continue so long in the show when he should have been out of the show long ago. Even in the comics, he was, even though he didn't die, he was removed out of the story. He didn't stay in the story as long as the uh the show kept him. And I think the show kept him because they were worried that with Andrew Lincoln leaving, they needed a bigger star. And so Jeffrey Dean Morgan was a name. He wasn't a big star, but he was a name, and he was from other shows. So they thought he could continue, he could carry the show because of his name. And I think that that's what they pushed. So Angela Kang wouldn't wouldn't have the authority to make that uh decision of, you know, I think if anybody, she wanted anybody to carry the show, it would be her favorite, which would be Daryl. And she tried, but Daryl couldn't carry the show, in my opinion. He's a good supporting character, but he's not a lead character. Because because Daryl, the character, is not a leader. No matter how they tried to make him a leader, he was not a leader. He was a great supporting character. He was too impulsive to lead as a character. And Norman Reedus, great addition, great ambassador for The Walking Dead, but I don't think he's just not a leading man. It's just not. It's not that he doesn't. You know, it's just, think about it, as I'm looking at it as a producer, and say I'm casting something. Leading men, or someone to carry a show, it's something that you can describe it for some people, but in some people you either have it or you don't. I like Daryl, and I like Norman Reedus too, but I don't see him as a leading man, and I don't see Daryl as a leading character the way Daryl is as a character. But I think if Angela Kang had the choice, she would probably want. But as a writer and a showrunner, I don't know. I don't know if she would use her writing cap and write the show to and I didn't watch her seasons long enough to know who she put as the lead character. Maybe she just made it an ensemble show, because as a writer, as a showrunner, you better know what, regardless if you have your favorite or not, you better know what can keep keep a show buoyed, because your employment depends on it. Oh yes, it was Andrew's first show. Oh, that's so cute. Rashida said Daryl and Negan are good shows, but not that interesting. Are good, yeah. Uh-huh. Okay. I didn't watch their shows. I just knew the ratings. I follow the ratings, and I read on what was going on with AMC, their stock prices, and what the executives were saying. So I followed that, and I saw what was going on in terms of the reception to the show and how the show was doing, and then with the advertisers and all of that. So yeah. Cam J says, I recall at one point I had to say, am I going to have to watch the character Daryl cry every season? Oh, wow. Really? Mm. Oh, yeah. He cried in season 3 with, was it season 4 that Merle died? He cried in season 4, right? I don't, yeah. And then with, yeah. And then after Glenn, it just, okay. Yeah. Hi, Usman. Rashida says Negan's redemption arc would have been good. The creators should have seen it through without going back and forth. Daryl is a good fighter, protecting Judith and RJ, but not enough as a leading man. Cam J said that cry I get, but my goodness. Oh, Cam J is funny. Raspberry says he cried in season 3 when Merle died, like one of the final episodes of season 3. So it was season 3. I was trying to think, was it season 4 that Merle died, or it was season 3? Okay.
Distance. This our new home. Should we give him a name?
You got yourself into this.
What? Abraham just said this is our new home. Why is he saying it's their new home? Hold on. They're in that office thing where he found the uniform. And he looks out the window and he said
Release
this is
that thing from this plane of existence. This our new home. I just want to know if it was a choice. Can't sleep.
What does it look like?
I just want to know if it was a choice. You have no idea how much I want to release that thing from this plane of existence.
Daryl cried in season 3 for his brother. Season 5 for Beth.
This our
Oh,
new home.
oh yeah, he kept crying for Beth. I forgot about that. He kept he was moping.
Should we give
You
him a
know,
name?
he moped and mourned out over Beth more than he did Carol when he thought Carol was dead or gone. Do you guys notice that? And people love to say how Daryl loves Carol so much, but many times when Carol was either thought dead or gone, Daryl moved right on. There was no more mourning or moping. So it was people trying to force their feelings, trying to force the bond between Carol and Daryl, like they're still trying to force the bond between Rick and Daryl. It's not that the bond doesn't exist; it exists, but people make more out of it than there is because that's what they want. Raspberry said, then again in season 4 when Herschel died, then season 5 for Beth, 6 for Glenn. Like, dang, man. Cam J said, I must admit, I don't know if he cried in season 11 because I stopped watching after Michonne left. So did I, Cam J. So did I. What episode in season 6? Rashida says, Raspberry says it's season 6, episode 6. That's what I'm watching now. Season 6, episode 6. Sorry, Rashida, if I didn't. Oh, guys, could you please go to https, / whatever, to youtube.com. So put in youtube.com / at, what was the other part of it? Shows I missed. Yeah, youtube.com/ at shows I missed. Please go and subscribe to our wonderful, wonderful Cam J's channel. She has a reaction channel watching shows and movies she missed, and it looks awesome, guys. Please go and support Cam J. Um, Subscribe and watch or stories I miss. I said shows I miss. I'm wrong. youtube.com/ at stories I missed. STORIESIMISSED. Stories I missed. Please go and support Cam J. Yay. Rashida said Daryl's crying, season 9, episode 5, blowing up the bridge for Rick. Right. And then they showed Daryl last instead of they showed his wife. Oh gosh.
You got yourself into this. I was driving that car solo until you chose to come with.
I didn't have a choice there.
Tell me why.
You going stag was not an option.
Tell me why.
Tell me. Wait. So Sasha is telling Abraham that he got himself in this situation because he's like, oh, I guess this is our new home. We're stuck in this place. And she's like, you got yourself into this. I was going alone until you chose to come. And he says that was not an option. And she's like, why was not an option? And he said, because it wasn't. And she said, tell me why. Why was this not an option? Let's see what he says.
You were out of control for a good while there. Just about took my arm off on the road to paradise. You remember that?
I do. I'm in control now.
Me too.
That's why you want to kill that walker. The one down the street. The guys in the car. Because you're in control.
Because loose ends make my ass itch. If I've not gotten my psyche situated straight, it's because the shit's continually been hitting the fan without respite.
Well, there's been respite. There was a party.
Oh, I remember that. You had the time of your life there.
You don't have to throw yourself out of a moving car to feel like you're calling the ball. That's easy. You jump out of an airplane, you don't have choices after that. Maybe you play some chicken with the ground, but you pull the ripcord, you live. But if you have a roof over your head, you have food, you have walls, you have choices. And without walkers and bullets and shit hitting the fan, you're accountable for them. I mean, hell, you're always accountable. It's just with all that other noise, you know people won't notice.
Wow, that was deep of Sasha. She's telling Abraham about himself. Abraham is like, you were out of control and blah blah blah, so I couldn't let you go alone. And Abraham just throws it back at him and just showing him, well, I know why you're being so reckless. I know why you're being so gung ho. You're running from accountability. So this, I didn't even know that they gave Sasha and Abraham such deep conversations. Yet, look, when they put Rick and Michonne together, they had everything happening so that Rick and Michonne couldn't even have good conversations about who they are, where they are, about each other. Do you notice that? You notice that? I had no idea that Abraham and Sasha were having these deep conversations. Yet they were giving they on the way to Alexandria, they gave Rick and Michonne small snippets, not even as much as a deep as not deep, long as Sasha and Abraham here. They were giving Rick and Michonne moments and small, small but deep stuff. But yeah, something where they can sit in it, they can sit and discuss and talk and expose each other. That wasn't happening in The Walking Dead for Rick and Michonne. It happened in The Ones Who Live because Rick, Denai, and Andrew saw to it that that happened. But in The Walking Dead, they weren't interested. Angela Kang was responsible for the episodes where they got together. Where was the conversation with Rick and Michonne other than they were talking around each other? They were in situational situations, but they were always in situational situations. They lived together. You see what I'm saying? There is a lot of bias in the writing for Rick and Michonne. They were always the end goal, and they were always on the way to them, but they didn't give as much when it came to writing for them, talking and being around each and discussing how they were feeling and what was going on in their thought. They didn't do that. Even when the talk with Rick and Carl about Michonne and him together, just a word there, a word there. There's like, oh, it's understood. But with everyone, they got to hash out. Rick and Michonne got that in The Ones Who Live because Denai and Andy did it. I'm telling you. That one of the reasons I'm a writer, but one of the reasons why I want to produce. Producing is a headache. A huge headache because you have to get it's very hard making shows. It's very hard making movies. It's a lot. It takes a lot of money. It takes a lot of working with a lot of people, bringing a lot of people together, logistics. It's a lot. You even have to get involved with municipals and governments and whatever, permits, and it's a lot. But one of the reasons I want to do it, guys, I have to tell you, I confess, is because I want better representation, especially for Black women, because all did I say majority? I think there's only one thing that I've written that doesn't have a Black female lead. And the reason that the thing I wrote that doesn't have a Black female lead is because it's an adaptation. And I did that adaptation from a friend of mine who was not, she's a person of color, but she is not a Black woman. But out of love for her, I did this adaptation, this story for her. So that's the one item that I wrote that doesn't have a Black female lead. Everything else I've written has a Black female lead because I want what I don't see. I want to put that care. I want to put that, I don't want the bias. I want to take the bias out of the writing. I want to give and make the Black female lead character be written as a character with three-dimensional thoughts and life and agency. So that's one of the reasons that I decided to go into producing and not just write, because I can write, but then they can, if I, as another producer, bought my material, I can have another writer rewrite it, and I can have my director, devalue my lead lady or change my lead lady. Yeah, thank you, Cam J. Yes, I did that for my friend. So, so I still would like to produce that for her, but everything else, I'm just, you know what, Cam J, am talking about this to you guys, and the issue that I discussed earlier that I'm having with my channel. Um, I was going to on this channel, the a different take. I was going to share my book, one of my book. It's a horror. It's a supernatural horror that's has a Christian worldview, but it's a book that I actually adapted into a film. And I've been trying to produce for a long while, but as I said, there have been stops and starts. It's been a long journey. But I was considering if I should share the book, the story, like do a reading of the book on my channel. But with the trouble I'm having with this channel, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that when YouTube can just dismiss it and dismiss me and dismiss the channel. So I was thinking of doing it on the Patreon. But what I may do it on my personal channel, because it is my personal channel is it's spiritual, but my you know just like I am, I'm a spiritual person. So my channel, my personal channel, has a lot of that aspect to it. So I think I may do it for both my channel and Patreon to share that book, which I've turned into a movie script, because I hope to produce it as a film. So I may do that. Haven't decided yet, but may do that. But I was going to do it for this channel, but I've decided no, not with the issues I'm having with this channel. But it's not that story. It's not that story. The book, the horror, it's a horror, uh, supernatural horror that has a black female lead. Raspberry says Denai had to fight to be in the Rick hallucination last. They wanted to focus more on that. Yes, Rashida, Raspberry, can you believe that? It's a no-brainer, but it just goes to show you that Michonne is not a priority for them. She was not. Even though she is Rick's priority for these writers, that's what I'm saying. A lot of them don't even realize they have that bias against black women. It's so ingrained in our society now that they don't even it just comes natural to them that they for them to exclude and to think of as you know it's that to be dismissive. It's just it's crazy. So I'm like, you know what, if they won't do it, why am I waiting for them to do it? Let me do it. Let us do it. So that's why I said, okay, I'll be more than a writer. I will produce. And I learned producing, and I'm on set all the while. I've done every aspect of filmmaking. I've directed, I've written, I've produced, I've done short films. I'll share one of my short films on Patreon. I'll put it there for you guys. That was my first short film. I didn't know what I was doing. And we shot it in 2 days. I wrote it in 5 minutes, shot it in 2 days. And I'll share a joke about it with you because I was intending to write something else and ended up with that. And now that I've ended it off with that, I always think maybe I should make it into a movie because I wanted it originally to be a zombie. I wanted it to be a zombie short. And I ended up writing a DV drama. So, so I'll tell you the story around it when I post it. And and I did it in 2 days. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't even have the writing software that everybody uses now. Final Draft. I use Final Draft. I just sat down and wrote it put it how I wanted it. I never used Final Draft. That was before I knew about Final Draft. And I had some acting friends and they decided, okay, we'll do it. And we did it in 2 days. Filmed it in 2 days. It took forever to edit because I couldn't edit and we had to ask people to edit and we ended up paying a film student to edit and it took forever. And but it came out okay. And it made me think maybe I could, finish it up as a movie, but doing it the original way I wanted, a zombie movie. But it wouldn't be a zombie movie, but it would be something, I'll tell you guys what I had planned for it. But so I've directed, I've produced, and then when I wrote my screenplay, the book that I'm telling you, that was my first screenplay. Had meetings with producers. I've had meetings with lawyers. I've had meeting with agents. I was supposed to meet with the studios to produce this film. And so I've done the gamut. Then I work on sets. I work as I did background as an extra. I do standing. I production assistant. I do a lot. So I've know every facet of the industry. So and I'm on set all the time. So so I'm just like, produce it yourself. Since you this is what you want to see and other people don't want to do it, and when they do it they half-ass it. That's why I like Shonda Rhimes, but I don't agree with her leading ladies. The I don't agree how her leading ladies are written, but hats off, she got very far with, in this industry. But maybe she got that far because the presentation of us isn't that, mm, who we don't know, um, because a lot of, they push what they want to see. They push the agenda that they want to, they want the world to buy into. So, yes, Rashida. It's Camille, yes. Yeah, it's because they're trying to push back Rashida against Rick and Michonne. They act like Daryl is the most important person to Rick. It's because Michonne is the most important person to Rick, and they resent that. They resent that, and they don't want Michonne to be that valued. They don't want Michonne to be seen as valued, because if the lead character loves her and values her the most, it gives her a lot of value. And they don't want someone like Michonne to have that much value. Do you notice how they had all these men esteeming and bowing to and looking out for Carol? You didn't see that was not written for Michonne. It's because that is the agenda, that women that look like Carol. I'm not talking about the physicality, but uh they are supposed to be esteemed. They are supposed to be valued. They're to be looked after. A person like Michonne should not en- engender that type of feeling. So they presented that on screen. Media is very powerful and media is very intentional. People don't understand that. As a writer, I understand how intentional, I'm very intentional with what my characters do and say, and which characters do and say what. Media is the most powerful tool for propaganda. Has any of you seen Wicked for Good? They sort of, you know, uh represent that, how media is used to shape how people see another person. And it's heavily influenced by propaganda. And it's because, and it reminds me of what's her name, the same thing, the same thing that happened in Wicked for Good is happening right before our eyes in our world today with two princesses, uh Meghan Markle and what's her name, Kate Middleton. Kate Middleton is a mediocre, lazy woman that didn't accomplish much, and is actually um what's her name? What's her name? Oh my gosh, my brain doesn't work. Meghan Markle actually accomplished a lot before she even met her prince, and she just continued doing that. And the media, the institution, the government, the monarchy, the media actually tore her to shreds with everything she did. They demeaned it. And then the other princess copied it, as the word would go, colonized it, copied it. So they would demean it, um bash this princess for it. Then this princess, she would copy it because she doesn't have any original thoughts. She didn't know, she didn't accomplish anything. So her only thing was getting married. That's what she this one trained herself to be accomplished, to try to rise in the world. This one didn't see any need to, and just needed to marry to get to have status. So because she didn't cultivate her mind and herself, she doesn't know what to do, right? And the advisors in the palace, they themselves got their position not through meritocracy, but through lineage. So they too didn't their minds are, they don't have the skills and the knowledge. So they didn't know what to tell her to do, and she didn't know what to do. All she did was copy the queen, how the queen dressed and talked, and copied her mother-in-law, how she dressed and talked. That was her idea of accomplishment. Then this one, who knows the world would see her differently because of partial this, cultivated her mind, cultivated herself with her education, and accomplished something. So when she met her prince, she came in accomplished. And so she used her accomplishment to do the job. So they demeaned her and denigrated her for what she did and how she did the job. And the very thing she did and that they denigrated, they then had this one copy it, and then they praised her for it. And then the media wrote and said she was the originator of it. There's so much I could show you that she did, that she copied, and the media said that the media tore her apart for, and they praised her and said she originated it. From her work to her even gestures, things she would do. She used to put her hands, and then how she talked. She started copying and doing everything. Started wearing her clothes, her shoes, her hairstyle, everything. And she wore wigs and pieces and styled it just as this one. And they all credit her for it after they denigrate her for it. So, and they use because they have the power of the press, they use that. And then they even offshore it, because then they infiltrated in her country. She wasn't getting enough reach with trying to give credit to her work. So they infiltrated, they had editors, British editors, like the editor, the People magazine, right? That would, because the courtiers and everything started a smear campaign against her. So they would repeat everything the tabloids said, the lies about her, and giving her the credit. They imported their writers and their editors to the magazines and papers here, and they still pushing the smear and the lies and the propaganda for this one. It just, when I was watching Wicked for Good, I was like, wow, I know the story wasn't written to reflect what's going on now, but it's a tale as old as time. And do you notice what, even the ending, they pushed out this one out of the kingdom, and this one rose to power and took credit for the actual good that this one did. I was just like, wow. And the media here, the media in this one's country is helping to elevate this one and smear and tear this one down. Even the Hollywood press, like the Hollywood Reporter, Variety, our industry, and we was like, I'm like, what are they doing? What's going on? Then I found out that pesky media bought out Deadline, the Hollywood Reporter, Variety. Pesky media is owned by someone who is in another billionaire who is just like Rupert Murdoch. So that's why it's so biased. It's always been, the industry has always been that, but it's so biased now. How they, remember how Variety got in trouble for how they presented Sinners versus the one Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, how they wrote it, and it's because of who owns it now. I remember they own all of it's all a monopoly. The Hollywood Reporter, Deadline, Variety are all owned by the same people. Page Six, what's it called? New York Post is owned by Rupert Murdoch, who Prince Harry sued because he owns the son, the son that criminally went after Prince Harry. So Prince Harry sued them. So Rupert Murdoch has been after Harry and Meghan and smearing her, not only in England, but here in the United States and in Australia. He's from Australia. So their tentacles are everywhere, and their modus operandi is to destroy her. To destroy her, to elevate her, and also to get Harry back and subdued and under their control, because he would have been a shadow king, because the one in charge now is psycho. Literally, he's this his princess is not only copying Harry's princess, but now he is copying Harry. Everything, their website, they copy it. The way they sign their names, H and M, they now do W and C, and the way they speak, everything, the way they dress, their mannerisms. They literally changed their website. They bought bots to increase their social media, everything. They have bots that are actually attacking her daily. It's crazy. It's Media is the most, and they've been using it from the get-go, from over 400 years ago. Media is the most important form of propaganda. So if you guys are into producing or writing, please keep that in mind. What you say and do and what you present on screen shapes how people think about others. And so they were not going to show Michonne as supported. They were not going to show Michonne as to be taken care of. They're not going to show Michonne as everyone wanted to cater to her or interested or attracted to her, because it's very important to push the agenda and the propaganda that's been going on for I was going to say decades, but centuries now, that if you look one way, you're deserving of this, and it's automatic because you are valued and valuable. If you look another way, no, you're the one that's supposed to be in servitude to others, to those other women. So be when you watch shows, movies, be very cognizant of the message that they're sending. Because the way Wicked for Good ended, I was just like, I know it's taken from a book, but who wrote the book? You know, because the ending is diabolical. The person of color has to give up her power and her voice and taking the credit for the actual good she did and give it to the one that they want, that should get the praise, that should get the benefit, who should get the, and then even the love that the person of color gets, for them to get it, the person that gives it, that had the status and the value, they have to deny themselves, they have to rid themselves of that status, privilege, and position for them to be with the person of color, because that's the only way that person can have that, if they're devalued also. It's just, please be, please be cognizant of the message of media. It's very, very, and that's one of the reason I wanted to do this channel, and the one reason why I wanted to reanalyze, go over the story of Rishon, is to point these things out and to get people to thinking a different way again. And that's why I said even the story with Jesse, it was not a love story, but they were trying to present it as such. They had another love story going, but they were still trying to present it to trick the audience that that's what was going on, and the audience on they wanted to trick the audience on the surface, and the audience on the surface accepted it, which they knew they would. They knew they would, and they didn't mind it. And they didn't mind it because of several issues. One of the reason, which I did in my reviews, that they did this was to make it a plot point, to make it a twist. They wanted a twist, and they accomplished that. They wanted to shock the audience. So thinking one thing is going to happen and the next thing happened. So that's one thing that they wanted to do. But another thing they wanted to do, they wanted to soften the blow of what was to come, because they know society. They know that they, whether, I'm not talking about Gimple, but the writers and the executives, and they know that, maybe even Gimple know that people do not think Michonne deserves Rick, not because on merit, but remember, they don't see the world through our in they don't see us as, they don't grade us with the same in the terms of meritocracy. Even with merit, they want to devalue that merit. So it's not that Michonne was wonderful. She was deserving of Rick. She loved Rick and she took care of Rick. So she deserves Rick. But they think that because of Michonne's race, she doesn't deserve Rick, the leading man. So to soften the blow, they liked having the audience think this was not the case, but they liked having the audience, maybe they'll accept it easier if the audience think on the surface that Michonne was just a rebound. Michonne is not a rebound, but they know that was the message that would be sent, and they didn't mind it. So that's why they were willing so easily to compartmentalize the story, because if they kept Michonne on the stage in the story that Rick was going through, they know that if they were writing the characters true to form, that Rick would expose to Jesse that he was in love with Michonne. If they he had a choice, if there was, if he saw that Michonne was interested, if Michonne showed interest, he would drop he would drop Jesse like a hot potato. It's the same thing that, that happened in Wicked when there was a choice to be made. When he saw that Elf, he had a choice. He chose where his heart was. He couldn't help it. He was in love. So it's the same thing. If they had put Jesse on the stage with Michonne and Rick in the at if they were treating it how they would have treated it if it was a Laurie or they were on the same stage, it would be clear. There would be no wandering. And people would see that Rick was just using Jesse for something. And but they didn't want to do that because they know the audience would, a lot of the audience would revolt and reject Rick and Michonne, which they still did anyway. So I don't know why they were playing into these racist hands. So Raspberry says they don't play Michonne so much in The Walking Dead. They don't understand Rick's true character. Yeah, they don't play it. They don't play Michonne in The Walking Dead, and there was a reason for it, you know. And it's not just the reaction of the audience. It's some of these writers' bias, whether they are aware of it or not. The bias is there. That's why if we want to see stories without these biases, we have to write it and we have to produce it and we have to support it. That's why I'm so happy to support. I want us to support each other. And if you're not a Black woman, support it, because we are all human beings, and how we interact with each other in the world, what we put in is what we'll get. So if you want the world to be a better place, you want everyone to be treated as for who they are and what they do, then do that. Be who you want. Be who you want people to be to you. So Michonne is a dark-skinned Black and Sasha is a light. Yes, that played a part too. Rashida. Well, colorism is an extension. Colorism is a result of racism. It's not separate. It's not two different things. It's the same thing. It comes from the same family. It comes from the same foundation. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize how dark it's getting in here. Let me turn the light on. Sorry. I was sitting here in the dark. You guys should have told me. It's like, why don't you see it's getting dark, girl? Rashida said it was more acceptable for Sasha and Abraham to focus on them than Michonne and Rick. Yeah, unfortunately, Rashida. Raspberry said, right, I wish we had more insight into the early makings of Michonne. Yeah. And I was thinking maybe we could talk, if Denai would talk, but she wasn't in the writers' rooms. So we wouldn't know their we wouldn't know the perspective until we spoke to the writers. So we can only go by what we see on screen, and so that's what we have, and that's a conclusion I came to, and because that's what's been going on in media forever. So the person I think that could give us insight is Scott Gimple. Yeah, he's a showrunner. He was the showrunner for a while, but then Angela Kang became the showrunner. But there's a lot of people. They're like, well, Angela Kang is a woman of color, but there's a lot of people of color that actually uh, ascribe to white supremacy. They actually uh, they want access. They want access, so they actually ascribe to it and aspire to it. So, and they see things that some of them are even more anti-black than, so her being a woman of color means nothing. And one of the things I found with Angela Kang is, and some of the writers, they were so eager to have the other woman being proposed marriage to, except Michonne. They made other characters call Michonne girlfriend or Rick her boyfriend. Yet when they had other characters speak about the other woman in Team Rick's in Rick's team, it was about they had to get a ring. They were proposed to. They had the guys call them their wives. Yet Angela Kang and others made a specific point to make sure that Michonne was not called a wife. So yeah, I appreciated that in The Ones Who Live, that Andrew and Denai made Rick specifically propose to Michonne with a ring. Because even after the honeymoon episode in The Walking Dead, where Rick asks Michonne to reorder the world with him, which was a marriage proposal, they still had others referring to Rick and Michonne as boyfriend and girlfriend. Can you imagine? You're living together, raising kids together. Rick proposed to Michonne, and they're living together, and people are still calling Rick and Michonne boyfriend and girlfriend. That made no sense. Yet they so quickly and easily called all the other couples wife. They didn't have marriage ceremonies yet. So there was no marriage ceremonies in the apocalypse. So why were the others being called wives, yet Michonne was only called a girlfriend by other characters? So you see what I'm talking about that innate bias in the writers? That's what I'm talking about. And I'm so grateful for Andrew and Denai fixing that element. People love to think that it's a lot of it came from Denai, but I keep reminding people that Denise Huth, a wonderful, beautiful human being, Denise Huth, an executive producer on The Walking Dead, she made it clear several times that Andy was in the writer's room almost every single day. Denai was not in the writer's room almost every single day. Denai wrote one episode. Denai left the writing to the other writers in the writer's room, right? The writer of episode 1, which was Scott Gimple. The writer of episode 2, she didn't write episode 2. Writer of episode 3, she didn't write episode 3. She wrote episode 4. She didn't write episode 5. She didn't write episode 6. Right? Denise Huth did not say Michonne was looking over the writer's shoulder and going to the writers for the other episode and said, make sure you put this, make sure you put that. I want this, I want that. Andrew Lincoln was in the writer's room almost every day. He was filming, he was producing, he was and you know, a producer, a lot of people give producing credit as an enticement because it comes with it comes with an extra salary, but it doesn't mean they were producing, right? You see how they said, you know, what's her name? What's the lady that plays Carol? That she got producing credits in season 1 of Daryl Dixon. She didn't produce anything, but they gave her credit, right? So I've done things where I say, okay, if 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 you help me ask a person that you know to become a DP on my film, I'll give you producing credit. All they did was ask somebody something. That's it. My friend, who I said is a person of color, she's not a black woman, who I wrote an adaptation for, I said if she is not able to executive produce the short film with me, because I, I I did a short film for it also. I didn't produce it yet, but we were trying to produce it to use as a pitch to streaming companies. But because I didn't produce it yet, but this was one of the things in a meeting I said to her, if if I'm able to produce the short film, if I'm able to produce the miniseries, sorry, not the short film. If I'm able to produce the miniseries, and the only way for me to produce it, they don't give you the lead role. Like if I go to a pitch meeting with Netflix and they said, we like it, we want you on board, we want you, you can be showrunner, you can be in a writing room, or you can get producing credit. We want this production from you, but we don't want this actress. We want a named actress to be the lead. And I said to her, if that's the only way we can get it produced, just to get a start, because once I get that and I'm able to get some funds, I'm going to run and produce my other stuff. So I said, if that's the only way I can get this mini series done, I'm going to fight to get you producing credit, even if you cannot get the starring role. And I put that in writing for her, and she said, okay, right? So you can give somebody producing credits has that did not do any work on the show. That you can do that as an enticement or a gift or whatever. Whoever can do whatever they want. They can give somebody a producing credit. Denise Huth, Scott Gimple made it clear, and Danai and Andy backed this up. They actually produced. They were executive producers. That means they hired people. Executive producers are the ones with the money. The network gave them the money, but they were in charge of how the money was spent. That's an executive producer. The producer also actually helps in the hiring and stuff, but it's a lower, you're not as in charge. So Denai and Andy not only executive produced, but they produced. So their fingers were all over this. But Denise Huth statement that Andy Lincoln was in the writer's room for all episodes, except the one Denai did, because she wrote it. She didn't use the writing room. Denai wrote. So he was in the writing room almost every day. So the things that were missing from The Walking Dead heavily with Rick and Michonne in The Walking Dead, the main series, he made sure they were there in The Ones Who Live. And I appreciate that very much because they made it a point that Michonne not get a ring. They made it a point that Michonne not be called wife, even though the showrunner, Scott Gimple, wrote every time he wrote Rick envisioning the future, every time he wrote Rick dreaming, he wrote Rick calling Michonne or viewing Michonne as wife. Or the dream that Rick had on top of the RV when Glenn was killed, when Negan was, torturing him. The dream that Rick had about his team in Alexandria, that dinner tables team with Glenn and his little boy and Sasha Abraham and their pregnant belly, that was a wedding dinner. And the person getting married was Rick and Michonne. That was what Rick was dreaming. He was always dreaming about marrying Michonne. And in his head already, Michonne was his wife. I guess he just wanted a ceremony. In the apocalypse, something that no other couple did in the apocalypse, Rick made sure he wanted a ceremony, but he was already married to Michonne. Yet the writers in the writing room always had other characters call her his girlfriend or call Rick her boyfriend. And that was intentional because they didn't want someone like Michonne or people who would identify with someone like Michonne valuing themselves in that regard. Yet they had other characters making sure that to value other female characters on the show in that regard. So writing is very intentional, very intentional. And again, that's why I decide to go into producing because, I want to write it because I want to see it, and I want to produce it because I want to make sure it gets on screen. Because from the writing to the screen, it can change. Depends on who's producing and distributing. Raspberry said they fleshed out every relationship except Rashon. Same Rashida, I love seeing a whole episode of them just talking. Oh my gosh, that would be bliss. Talking about their feelings and, a lot of stuff that we want insight into. Oh, Cam J, that is beautiful doing it for your friend. Yes, we need more black women in producing roles and in writing rooms. Yes, Rashida, I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying to make that happen. Rashida said that pisses me off the how they did not flesh out Michonne and Rick. You had to interpret it yourself. Yes. Cam J said I tried but couldn't find your book on Amazon. Oh, you were Cam J? Oh, okay. I will eventually share it with you guys. Don't worry about it, Cam J. But thank you so much. I'll share it with you. I think I'm gonna start a series and um I'll share, yeah, I'm gonna do it on my channel and I'm gonna do it on Patreon and I'll share it with you then and I'll read it. So you won't even have to buy it. You can listen to it as an audio. I'll do it as a podcast. And for my Patreon, that podcast, you can listen to it anytime on Patreon. Um, so yeah, I want to share it with you guys. Thank you so much, Cam J. And yeah, do you see why I have to support you, Cam J? You support me so much. Oh my gosh, I have to support you. Oh, I'm so grateful and thankful for you. You're the sweetest. Don't forget, Rashida, you're subscribe to Cam J. Don't forget, guys, to subscribe to Cam J's channel. It's youtube.com/@ stories I missed with ed at the end. Missed. Past tense. Rashida says Daryl barely talks even on his show. Michonne is a strong black woman. The creators wrote Carol still as damsel in distress, and Michonne is warrior woman that doesn't need anyone. Yeah, but they tried to write Carol as a warrior and a damsel in distress, which she can be a three-dimensional character. She's a woman, so she has different facets. But the warrior aspect is not true. She may be a warrior mentally now, but she's not physically a strong and capable fighter. She's a shooter. She's a good shooter. But please, the fight scenes, the scenes where she's up against other men and how she swipes them, and that's just a bunch of crap that doesn't it's not realistic and it's not portrayed realistically. So they give her aspects to her character that are not believable. And so they're trying to make her into an all around hero, all around warrior, and, on top of making her a valued woman that other men want to protect, and also gorgeous that everybody's falling at her feet. So they're giving her everything that, we all have, she's a, attractive woman, but she's not, oh my gosh, everybody's like, oh my gosh, we're so in love. And yet you have a sexy, ridiculously hot woman that nobody sees. And nobody's trying to take care of her, or and she's only seen as a warrior, yet not seen as the baddest of the baddest, yet she is the baddest of the bad. I'm just trying to show you that, you see, they're trying to get everyone to buy in that this one is the hottest, everybody, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, so that's your preference, is your preference. But every man that encounters her sees her as, everybody's hot to trot for her, and everybody wants to look out for her, everybody wants to be with her. She's the hottest, she is the baddest according to everybody, and she is the best warrior, the best, all of that, it's just like, really? Okay. But it's what they want people to buy into. It's propaganda. Just like as I was telling you the story of the two princesses, it's propaganda. Who one is supposed to be the worst of the worst monster, yet everything she does is attributed to the one who is the most wonderful, accomplished, who has nothing to prove for it but the work of the other one that they try to present, but not with, no, you can't hear anything. It's just photos imitating the actual tangible work the other one does. So it's just, like, yeah. So it's what they want people to buy into. So Raspberry said they had men fawning over Carol. That guy from Alexandria, Ezekiel, always coming to her with the gifts, affection, begging for attention. They never showed Rick fawning. Yeah, nobody. It's just nobody, and it makes no sense, which is not reality. You're right. Who had the body? The body whose body was like, wow. You get what I'm saying? The pouty, beautiful lips, big eyes, just wow. You get what I'm saying? And the reality, if you looked at the press conferences, all the actors, who were they gaga over? So I'm just trying to tell you, it's what you want the audience, what you want people to buy into is what you're going to try to present. And many people believe their lying eyes. As the wizard in the Wizard of Oz says, I could tell people the truth, but it's not what they want. You know? They like the lie that I'm feeding them. They like the lie that I'm feeding them. So, okay, let's see. They bash love CM copying for her. The UK, yeah, not just the UK. It's happening here too. It's been happening. They're even paying for Rashida. They're paying, actually paying ads in magazines and newspaper. Like they would write an article and pay the magazine to print that article, and people read it and think journalists are finding this out as facts and writing these articles, but it's actually the palace writing these articles and pushing the propaganda and paying like Vogue magazine and other people and People magazine to present. But some of them, they don't have to pay or force them, because the editors, they've actually pushed and placed editors, British editors, into these positions so that they can help them continue the propaganda. So, it's just, it's ugh. Raspberry said, but in The Ones Who Live, we got to see the real love Rick has for Michonne and deserves, always getting her gifts and be exactly, because he and Denai were in charge. They got to play out the story that they knew that these correct organically, that these characters were feeling and would express to each other, yet they were sidelined for less important characters. You know, they were definitely sidelined, and they saw that Michonne was actually underrepresented, on that they were diminishing Michonne in many ways in the writing. So they corrected a lot of things in The Ones Who Live, and I'll always appreciate them for that, because it tells me that they understand and they understand and see the agenda and the dynamics. That's why behind what was happening. And that's why Andy kept saying, if you had any balls, you would do this. If you had any balls, you would actually, he kept saying that's what his mother said, but this was coming from Andrew Lincoln, that he saw it was taking too long for Rick and Michonne to get together. He saw where the characters were going, and he was like, he kept pushing for it. And then when they did the Jesse storyline, he understood how that looked. And a lot of the credit for how he played it goes to Andy. Even though, yes, they were not writing a love story, but the way Andy played it, he pushed a lot of that dissociation and PTSD, and he played a lot to Rick's PTS. He played the way he looked, the way he was around Jesse. He did some things that when we get to those episodes, I'm going to show you that there were things that Jesse did that he did not reciprocate. And then when Michonne did something similar, he reciprocated. So I don't know if that was in the writing or that was just the brilliance and the on and Andrew Lincoln um understanding who his character is, what his character was about, and supported it in his acting, regardless of the writing. So, I give a lot of credit to Andrew Lincoln, and I also give a lot of credit to he's more aware than a lot of people know. He's more aware of the agenda behind media. You know, 'cause he says he reads a lot, and he's very socially conscious. So I think he felt he understood in some small ways the biases of the writing. And that's why even during the Jesse storyline, he did not play into the trick of the writers that, what they were trying to, the twist that they were trying to do. Ooh, you guys really think Rick and Jesse are gonna be the couple, but ooh, it's Rick and Michonne, right? But Andrew Lincoln went rogue. He went rogue during the promotion of that season. He was not supposed to hint at Rick and Michonne because they wanted it to be a surprise while they're insulting Michonne with how they're writing the surface story. So the Andrew Lincoln, they actually had a handler with him for each interview, and he didn't care. He kept promoting Rick and Michonne during the time he was supposed to be fooling the audience and promoting Jesse and Rick. He didn't care because he knew how bad that looked. He knew how bad that looked. But the show didn't care because they didn't value Danae enough, in my opinion. They didn't. When her stars kept getting bigger with the Marvel movies, that's when they thought they could, parlay her star power into, getting them some Marvel fans coming over to watch The Walking Dead. But before that, no. Yes, yes, Raspberry, but they want to downplay that. They see it, but they want to downplay it. And they want and that's why they project and claim that there's no meritocracy in what we do. They lie and say the meritocracy belongs to them when it's not in certain situations. You get what I'm saying? And Raspberry, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't care who they put people with, but whoever whenever a black female character, no matter who she's with, no matter who her love interest is, or whether or not she has a love interest, but please write her as a full-fledged human being. That's all. And not with biases. And that's a tall order to ask for people because this is ingrained in society, and there is an agenda behind what is presented in our media. We just have to come to terms with that. It's the truth. A TV show is not just a TV show when a black character is in it. They're going to be presented a certain way, and there is a reason behind it. And they're not going to be as invested in, and they're not going to be, there are agendas afoot. There are agendas afoot in even the simplest shows. You just have to come to terms with it. I don't care who the woman is paired with, but write her organically, and that's not going to happen unless we are the writers. It's just not, because that doesn't fit their agenda. It doesn't. You don't have a system of power for so many centuries that the world has bought into. The world is anti-black. Even black nations are anti-black. The world has bought into these lies and propagandas. You're not going to undo it with your present the media that you produce, because the media you produce is why it's that way. The world imbibes Western media. And that's why the world believes the stereotypes. That's why the world is anti-black. So they're not gonna present Michonne as desirable to and how she is, a sexy, beautiful woman, and men falling over themselves for her. They're gonna make it up with a character that, when we have eyes that you're like, okay, they're not ugly and they're not, but why is everybody falling over? That's not reality, but that's what they're going to present because that's what they want the world to buy. So I don't care about who the person is with, the black female character is paired with, because even when you had black producers, black male producers, they weren't even presenting black female characters as desirable. All the sitcoms and the movies, the the black leads were with mixed women, or as you were saying, lighter skinned black women, because they bought into the propaganda too. I told you, everybody bought into it, that a dark-skinned black woman is not supposed to be not seen as desirable. And the only reason, because in real life, they are seen as desirable by men. But the only reason that people are conditioned to think that, and they continue to portray that, is because of the propaganda and the lie. And they're very invested in continuing that lie, in continuing that propaganda. So you have to make sure that your media that's going to go worldwide doesn't show a dark-skinned black woman being seen as desirable by everybody. And if she is, by a lead character, doesn't matter the color of the lead, if it's a black man or whoever, it doesn't matter. If she's seen that way, what are ways to undercut it? What are ways to make it seem that the only reason he's with her is because of not beauty, not value, but something else? Like he has no choice or whatever. So I'm telling you, we just the number one, the movie that was the number one movie. I don't know what, I didn't look at the trades today or anything to see if Zootopia beat Wicked, but last week the number one movie in the world made sure that when the person chose the person of color that the movie presents as undesirable, that he lost his value, that he was no longer deemed or esteemed, and he makes sure he lost his status. You got it. It's telling you, it's psychological warfare, and people are just going along, la 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 la, think what's presented is just that face value, that there's no agenda behind it. It's all there. And I told you, I'm a very spiritual person. It is spiritual. It is spiritual. It's demonic. It's demonic. And the people that gain power through it know that it's evil, but they value wealth and power above all else. That's why the Bible said the love of money is the root of all evil. So the demonic forces knows what entices people So the power, the money. So the system that they help propagate and push, the demons, it's demonic. And they push, and the world has bought into it, and it's destroyed the world and continues to destroy the world. And people keep buying into it still. This propaganda and lie. They would rather, they actually diminish themselves, demean themselves to uphold this propaganda, because the propaganda has allowed some people to obtain power. So instead of fighting against the propaganda, and what they do, they just try to attain power by being proximal to, you know, proximity to it. So that's why you have people of color that will join into the system of white supremacy instead of devalue it by valuing the truth. But they just try to get proximity to it because it's what has the power right now, the power and the wealth. So they want power and wealth, so they're not going to try to dismantle it. So they're like, okay, I'll buy into it because I want power and wealth right now. And it's too hard to not to dismantle it. So, they go along with it. Yes, and that's yes, Raspberry. They wanted Jesse to be his first pick, and Michonne was just a backup rebound so they can understand Michonne happening better. Yes, they would accept it. Not that they would accept it, but they would tolerate it better because they're like, oh, then he couldn't get who he really wanted, so he had to settle for her. So that's fine, just as long we know that she's the one that was valued and wanted more, because that's what gives them self-esteem. That's what the propaganda is all about. That's the value is with this one, not that one. So yes, so the audience bought that, and the writers didn't mind, but that was not the story playing out. But you would have to want to see the story you'd have to want to see the true story. But they didn't mind because, one, they were trying to trick the audience and to give them a gotcha, a surprise, and two, they actually liked what that the audience bought into that, because it made they think it would make it easier for the audience to accept, to tolerate. And it was true, because they know the audience, because they think like the audience. They have the same biases as the audience, and they don't mind that Michonne would be devalued in that way by the audience. They didn't mind it because they themselves devalue Michonne. And I think Andy saw that and knew that. And that's why they corrected it, deny, and corrected it in episode 4, where Deny had Rick say Michonne is the love of his life. So you can't, Michonne is the love of his life. So she was not a second choice. The love of your life is the first choice, right? She was not second choice. Just like in Wicked, Elphaba was not Fiora's second choice. She was actually his first choice, but he went with what was easy. With Rick, he wasn't going with what was easy. Rick didn't know that Michonne would accept him. Rick didn't know that Michonne would accept him romantically. That's why he would have been with her long before that. He didn't know. The reason he didn't know, because Michonne didn't know. And so Rick didn't know. And two, The other woman was pursuing him and it was easy. And it allowed him to play his games, his ghost games. She was familiar. But when he got what he wanted, and I'm going to show you that when he got what he wanted, he wasn't like, you know how before it was like, oh God, you got to get rid of Pete. You got to, there was no urgency in him. He wasn't like, he was about saving Alex, saving his kids and his loved ones from the horde coming. He was all about business. He wasn't really about her. So it's, the reality of the story was there, but they didn't reinforce it because, as we have found out in this world lately, that people are pretty, like, a lot of people aren't smart, right? We found out that, right? That there are a lot of people that are dumb. And the audience knows that. The writers know that a lot of people are dumb. A lot of people watching the show are dumb. And they don't read into things or they don't see things. They know that. So when they want to reinforce things to the audience, they do. They tell it over and over again. Even though it was a story, they didn't reinforce it with Rick and Michonne. When they got to Alexandria, they didn't reinforce it that much. They put snippets here and here and there. But they didn't want it telegraphed again because they thought they were going to surprise the audience. But there are ways to make it obvious. And a way they can make it obvious what was going on with Rick and what the story was, that when Rick and Michonne got together, they could talk. Just like how you have that talk with Abraham and Sasha. Let them, Rick confess what was going on with him, and Michonne confessed that, sorry, she wasn't aware. That Rick said, I've been trying, Michonne. I was afraid to lose you, so that's why I didn't. I've always felt that way. Rick could have said it, or he could have said it to Carl instead of, it's different. See, they didn't want to enforce it too much because they wanted the audience to stay with their ignorant bias. They didn't want to too much. They backed off. They didn't want to enforce what was there because they themselves weren't too comfortable with what was there. So they're like, yeah, we're giving it to you. It's happening. That's enough. And they barely. So you didn't get that talk with Rick and Michonne that you're getting with Maggie, and when Maggie and Glenn have misunderstanding, they talk it out after they, they're mad with each other, but they get scenes where they can talk about how they feel. With Sasha and Abraham, they got scenes where they can talk about where they're coming from. They didn't want to give Rick and Michonne that because it would make it too clear to the audience that she was always his first choice. So they didn't want to make people who are uncomfortable with them be even more uncomfortable. And that's what I'm talking about. Everything is in writing is intentional. Everything. Rashida said the woman has to be Jasmine Guy, light skin or brown skin, Halle Bailey. Yes, yes, yes. Even in black pairings, the black producers, they chose those women. A lot of the time, the stars were the black producers, especially the sitcoms, and they made sure they cast women that didn't look like them or are closer to the other spectrum. So what did they bought into the agenda, or even if they didn't buy into the agenda, they think the audience would not buy into what they're seeing, into a dark-skinned black woman being respected in a marriage and valued. in a marriage, being valued by a man to be married. So it doesn't matter who the woman was paired with. Writing and the presentation, the writing is very intentional because the agenda is very intentional. I love all people's Jojo. I love all people. I don't hate any people. I love all people. Right? Jojo? All people. I love Palestinians. I love Israelites. I love uh Americans. I love Africans. I love Europeans. I love Asians. I love everyone. You know why I love everyone? God commanded me to, and He's right. I trust God and I believe God, and He commanded me. His way is right. My way is not right. And He commanded me to love everyone, and that's what I will do. Regardless of how I'm feeling, I'm going to love you. It doesn't, not that, and every people's group has done wrong. Every people's group. Every person has done wrong. That's why we need a savior. So yeah, you're not gonna get me to down on any nation and any groups of people. What I will down on is is agendas. I will down on agendas and propagandas. And it was, yes, Maggie and Carol both got married, and it was very important for the writers, for the audience to see them valued this way, Rashida. It was very important for them to have Ezekiel Gravel to Carol and to have Glenn be all about Maggie. And they both got wedding ring, they both got engagement ring for their proposal. It was very important for the writers, for the audience to see this because they wanted Maggie and Carol to be valued. They had no such care about Michonne, yet she's the most valuable woman in the show. Can you imagine? And when I say she's the most valuable woman in the show, it's because she is the lead actress. She's the lead actress. She's the lead female character. So she's the most valuable female character in the show. Yet it was very important for the writers, for the audience, to not see her valued as a woman and respected as a woman in that way. Writing is intentional. Rashida said if Daryl is denied 42, have Rishon get married on the ones who live. Huh? Raspberry said Angela can't put Michonne character through the ringer. She wanted the public to demonize Michonne. I hated season 9 after Rick. Yeah, it's yeah. I saw the what's the term? I saw the biases in the writing against Michonne in season 9. I saw it. I saw it. Hello, El Gato. Hi, and Cars. It's 37. The chaos. Yes, even Michonne's weapon was a strategic round, Cam J. Yep. Exactly. The characters are always calling this woman a bad. I'm like, why? What did she do? Hold on. Let me. They had the characters do that because they wanted it enforced, reinforced to the audience. Maybe they didn't think the audience bought what they were seeing, so they had to have the characters keep saying it. um, Guipo, please don't have OnlyFans. Please don't. Okay, there's none here. Thank you, Guipo. No, I don't have any of that. I don't want that. Rashida says the king was courting Carol. You barely seen Rick do that with Michonne. He did, but as I said, they with Rick and Michonne, they use a lot of subtleties. So they gave them that episode where they went on their honeymoon. But, as I said, they didn't want to use the words marriage, wedding, honeymoon. They did it and implied it, but they didn't want to trigger the audience. And they had Rick like get her the cat from Jadis, and everywhere Rick went, and I think this wasn't in the writing. I think this was just acting choice by Andy. Everywhere he went, he was reaching for Michonne's hand. So that was a choice. So, and Rick was very gentle with her, very loving. So it was there, Rashida, but it wasn't overt constantly like they do with the other couples. And I didn't like Carol and Ezekiel because of the way she treated him. They had Ezekiel grovel too much. And I don't know if they were trying to imitate the comics because Ezekiel was like that a bit with Michonne. Or Michonne was a bit dismissive of Ezekiel. But they had other characters do it with Carol. So I saw that it was, they were just trying to overcompensate and trying to push Carol, as this goddess, which sorry. As I said, everyone has their taste, She's a lovely woman, but they overdid it, in the scenes. So, I mean, the actress is a lovely woman. I don't find Carol lovely at all. I think Carol is a terrible woman. Um, Very manipulative. I wouldn't be her friend. She's very manipulative, and so I would stay very far from her because I wouldn't trust her, and I wouldn't like her. I don't like the character. But the actress, Melissa, lovely woman. So I have nothing against the actress, and you know, I find her she's attractive and everything, but the way they had it, so many men throwing themselves at her feet, I was like, yeah, right. And nobody doing that for Michonne. I'm like, yeah, right. Cam J say Denai has a kind of eyes you see on Disney princesses. That's true, Cam J. Denai had doe eye, has doe eyes. That's what I was saying. Michonne was gorgeous and sexy as hell. So it was not believable that there weren't more men in the apocalypse gagging for her, right? So that's why there was like, okay, she's not aware that she is interested in Rick romantically. That's fine. Um, have people try to court her. They had people courting or interested in her, looking at Maggie and Carol, right? So why didn't they have anyone doing that with Michonne? It doesn't mean she's gonna be like in the comics, having a sexual relationship with them. Michonne was she was traumatized. She was closed off. So just because someone hollered at her doesn't mean that she was going to reciprocate, but be believable, In real life, Michonne couldn't walk around like how she was looking and not draw interest, right? So, and we see that in, so I was just going to say something, but I won't. But yeah, I was going to say we see that in real life, but you know, who drew the interest? But on the show, they were like, Michonne is invisible. And I was just like, that's not realistic. Yeah, Rashida. Michonne was popular, was big in Marvel. So they're like, oh, maybe we'll get some of the Marvel viewers to come over to The Walking Dead. So that's why they were like, you know. Hello, Francis. Raspberry says, I love how The Walking Dead rectified season 9 by saying Rick wanted to marry her on the bridge. But Angela Kang had Negan calling Rick her boyfriend, and they essentially made her just a baby mom. Exactly, Rashida. That's why I said every in Rick proposed to Michonne during the honeymoon episode when they went out to look for guns, when they took that road trip together and they found Jadis. The circus, yeah, the circus episode with that terrible deer that I'm suspicious about, that this was a sabotage. They did that to sabotage the episode. um so this the Rick proposed to Michonne, and Rick and Michonne were living as husband and wife for quite a while. Once they, revealed to the group that they were together, when Jesus they came into the house to nab Jesus, they Rick viewed Michonne as his wife, and how they were, everyone should have logically seen and called Michonne Rick's wife. So that was intentional in the writing from Angela Kang, to make sure that Michonne was not referred to as a wife and Rick not referred to as Michonne's husband. Yet in The One Who Lives, from the very beginning, they made sure that that's how Rick saw, to make sure that, yes, this is how Rick saw. He's always seen Michonne as his wife from that moment when he proposed to her, right? So, yeah, it tells you. Hold on a second, please. Yeah, I can't do it. Looks like I'm not gonna be able to do both episodes. So I'll finish up the episode with but I'm loving our discussion. So this I'll finish up episode 6, but our discussion was good. So I don't mind that we went over, that we ended up just mostly discussing stuff. Yes, raspberry, don't buy the propaganda. Yeah, she didn't realize what she felt for Rick. I don't know, Big Shark. What do you think? Which sequel was better? The first trilogy or the last trilogy? Oh, you saw my lounge pants, Rashida. My Hello Kitty. My friend's daughter bought it for me for Christmas. She thought I was like, "Oh, Hello Kitty." She's just like, "Yes, I saw that. I thought it would be so cute." And I was like, "Thank you." Let's finish up episode 6. So, um, Abraham and what's her name? Sasha had this deep talk.
Stand watch or sleep.
Former. Straight through the night. We'll reassess in the morning.
What do you mean?
The hell we're doing here.
Oh, we're back to the burnt forest. So I think Daryl had said Dwight and
Drop it.
Sherry, they did the burning.
Came all this way. What you got for the double? You put me through too much shit just to give it back. Principle of the thing. What you got besides this gun?
Nothing.
What was that thing you're carving?
Grandfather taught me.
Don't care. It'll do. Take it. It's all there. Good luck. You're gonna need it.
Let's end this.
It's ours. We earned what we took.
You're gonna return what you took. You're gonna pay for the gas it took to come out here for all the time these men took out. It's over. You know the rules.
The rules are bad shit!
We're not going back, Wade. We're done kneeling. Don't change the subject, asshole.
So Daryl helps them. Usman. Well, I love you too.
Like it.
Eyes open. Cover your quadrant. Go to Alpha Channel.
Take it off me. Do it. Take it off. Get your watch out.
Time to go home. Cam got a poop. Sure? Oh, yeah. He only wanted to take this so far. He only wants ass that's willing, you know? Come on, Cam.
It's walking off.
I thought you were with them. We'd knock you over the head, tie you up, threaten to kill you. Why the hell did you come back?
Maybe I'm stupid too.
Daryl grunts so much. So I didn't know Daryl was with Sherry and Dwight in the beginning. It's interesting. Rashida said Daryl grunts on his own show. That's not entertaining. Oh, so that's how Abraham found the RPG. See, he didn't even get to use the RPG he found. In the comic, I think he did. But in the show, they gave everything to Daryl.
RPG.
That's stupid. Suppose he falls. It's exactly what Sasha was telling him. He's doing things that he doesn't need to. Oh, because the soldier had the RPG on his back. close to getting bit there.
Where did you get that?
And it's the fruit of some off-the-chart stupidity. Some grade A butt steak idiocy.
Self-awareness is a beautiful thing.
Yes, it is. You see, I know this group, and I know Rick. And whatever happened back there is being managed and kicked right up into its own ass one way or another. I know that. We got beer and air conditioning and walls. The table is set for the rest of our lives.
He wants to stay
and I
there.
hope those years to be long and fruitful. I see that time before me, and I've been feeling the urge to make some plays
Oh, okay. I got it wrong.
before the great cosmic Pete comes to cut my throat unceremoniously and I gurgle my last breath. Things are going to go on for a while before that. That hadn't occurred to me before. Been kind of living check to check on that point.
Mm.
I like the way you call bullshit, Sasha.
He said it.
I believe I'd like to get to know you a whole lot better.
I like the way you call bullshit, Sasha. And I think I'd like to get to know you a whole lot better. So he said exactly what I said. And remember, I haven't seen this episode. Sasha just calls BS out, and I think that attracts him and is exactly what happened. So he's saying, he was living, doing idiotic thing, trying to thinking this is the end, but he's saying, there actually might be a little time before my end comes, and I want to live a little differently, live life until that happens. And I like how you do things. I like how you approach this world, Sasha. I like you, Sasha. And I like to get to know you, Sasha. I like to date you, Sasha. So she likes that. She likes she she likes that. Oh my gosh, she's so cute.
That one of your plays? What makes you think? I want that.
So I said, what makes you think I want that? Ooh, he's confident.
A man can tell.
What? See? Abraham says a man can tell. Sasha said, why? What makes you think I want that? That I want you? He says a man can tell. I don't know if he's bluffing, but Rick couldn't tell with Michonne. And I think Rick couldn't tell with Michonne, but he could tell with Jesse because he was familiar with Jesse types. Jesse was like Lori, so he could tell. She wasn't subtle. She was, even though she was married, she overtly signaled to him, "I'm available. I want you." With Michonne, Rick doesn't know. He's never met a woman like her. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. I think Rick's intimidated by Michonne, was intimidated by Michonne. And remember, Rick was not like Shane. So Rick wasn't very experienced in that way. Yeah, he could see Jesse coming a mile away because, again, that's the type of woman he knows. He was around the Loris, he was around the Andreas, right? So he could see right through Jesse. With Michonne, he can't read her in that terms, the romantic sense, otherwise, but the romantic. And remember, there's another reason that made Rick not want to risk it. Abraham might be BSing, but he's willing to risk it. Rick was not willing because he didn't want Michonne to be skittish. He didn't want Michonne to leave. He didn't want Michonne to pull back, pull away, and leave them. Because if she wasn't feeling him and he came onto her and it made her things awkward, he would have ruined things for Carl and himself. So he didn't want that. He didn't want to risk it with Michonne. So that's, so wow. Look at Sasha. Sasha's like,
You got some stuff to take care of.
ooh.
Yeah.
So she was receptive because she said, well, she gave him the eye, like, whatever. But then she said, well, you have some stuff to take care of. And she's talking about Rosita. She's like, I'm not going to be with you while you're with someone else. So,
I do.
yikes.
So you knew him? Still you thought I was one of them?
Where we were there since the beginning. We still didn't know everyone. Back when we first threw in with them, it was as good a place as any. And things got harder, people got harder. Human nature kicked in, and it became a truly unique kind of shit show.
People will trade anything for safety, for knowing that they're safe.
Everything. So they got nothing left except just existing.
Ain't nobody safe anymore. Can't promise people that anyhow.
You can promise the people who want to hear it. Hey, Tina, hold up.
Carla and Deli. It's them. Me and Tina used to babysit them when they were kids. Everyone said that they went out north when it all started. We didn't know.
I did this.
We did this.
I'm watching. We're reacting to The Walking Dead, season 6, episode 6. That was dumb. I was just like, really? What happened? I missed it. How she was looking at them. I don't. Let me look back because that was so dumb. Oh, she's kneeling by them. That was dumb.
Hey. How many walkers you killed?
Hi, Joseph. I'm doing well.
Just answer the question.
A lot.
How are you?
A couple dozen at least.
How many people you killed?
None.
Why?
I haven't killed anybody. If I did, there'd be no going back. There'd be no going back to how things were.
I'm from a place where people are still like they were. More or less. Better or worse.
So what happened? How come Dwight didn't go back with Daryl and Sasha and Abraham?
Right with them.
What friends you say there were?
I didn't. There's two of them.
Where are they?
We're gonna find out.
How do you know they even got away, that they didn't get taken?
I don't.
I'm sorry. Give her the crossbow.
You don't go back? We'll be safe.
Shut up.
Ain't nowhere safe no more.
Give her the crossbow.
You don't kneel?
Yeah, that was stupid because I was wondering why didn't they go with him? I guess they didn't trust. They didn't trust. They thought it's better to go out on their own.
Patch yourself up. I'm sorry.
You're gonna be.
So Dad retraced this step because I remember that biker skeleton. And I thought Daryl's bike was out of gas. So it didn't. It still had gas. Why was he pushing it? He should have ridden it.
Look at this.
What?
Nothing.
It's Daryl.
Rick, you copy? Anybody? Say it again. Help.
Help. Who was that on the walkie-talkie that said help? Okay, guys. So we talked so much I didn't get to the other episode. So we'll do another episode the next day. Cam J said I should come up with a schedule to do lives and to do shows. What's a good day for you guys that I could try to arrange? And or what system do you prefer me to do? Do you want me to what's the best timing for you, like Rashid and Raspberry? I don't know if Cam J is still here. Hi Joseph. Um what's the next time we should meet? I'm off tomorrow, but late in the evening, and during the day I'm not available. So, what's a good time for you guys? You're flexible, Cam J. Rashida said Dwight and Cher want to go out on their own, which was yeah, yeah. So Cam J is flexible. What's the best time? I know doing it late is like everybody's gone to bed, but because I'm on the Pacific time, but this late is better for me. But I don't want to be here with just people who are not interested in The Walking Dead. So Rashida, you're flexible too? Oh, okay. So what do you do? What's the best way to notify you guys? Should I tell you like how I did it today, just leave at what time I'm gonna start? Because sometimes it's just like, oh, okay, I think I could do a live. So I don't usually know way in advance. I know I was gonna do one today, so I did it. I put it the day before. In my DM, where's my DM? Oh, I don't have a DM on YouTube. I don't have a DM on YouTube. Sorry about that. Yeah, Patreon DM. Okay, I'll do it on Patreon too. Thank you, KMJ. Let me know. Tuesday I have Bible study. So I don't think I'll be able to do it on Tuesday. The weekend seems to work best for everybody. Yes, yes, Rashida. Yes, Bible study first. The weekend seems to work best for everyone. Because we even if we go a little late, you can sleep in or sleep in the morning. So I think Friday evening, Saturday and no, Saturday evening I can't do. Sunday, Friday evenings and Saturdays. Yes. Yes, weekends super late. Yes, I can do weekends. But I think weekends, because during the weekday, a lot of people, work and a lot of stuff is going on. So we'll continue on Friday evening. I'll try again Friday. If I'm not working, I'll try earlier. Friday or Saturday, late night. Saturday evenings I might be busy. Saturday evening I might be busy, Rashida. So, uh, okay. But I'll let you know. Yeah, there's not much of this episode. I kept distracted, but watch the beginning, Rashida, because I talk about the channel. Because I need your advice. Kamje gave me some great advice. I would like to hear from you also what your recommendation is, because the traditional way of doing reactions, I may not do it anymore because I'm having trouble with this channel. So I may start doing some different stuff to see if that works, if that gets more viewership. If it does, I'm going to try something. If it does get more viewership, I think that's the direction I'll take the channel in. Um, I gave an example like The Walking Dead Daily. They do like questions on the characters and issues with the storyline. And so I might do that or and see how the channel goes. And then do that for other shows too. Questions about Wicked, different movies and stuff. Which Superman you like better? I think I'll try that approach to the channel because the traditional reactions are not working. The reactions I'll do will be like how I'm doing now, the live, where we discuss it and watch it, and I don't show anything. So YouTube can't accuse me of copyright or anything like that, or being unoriginal, because I'm not showing anything from the shows. So let's I think that's what I'll do. I'll react live to any show or movie, and then for curated videos, I'll do some interesting questions about characters and shows and storylines. Me too, Rashida, because I get to interact with you. When I'm reacting by myself, I'm just yapping. And then all I can do is read your comments. But even though I love your comments, I like getting it as we're going, So I think that, yeah, I like the live reaction. So thank you. Ditto, Cam J. Yay. Cam J said yes. So thank you so much for helping me, guys. And we will meet up again. I'll let you know when I'm able to do another live and check in with you guys. So I'll ask you both. I'll ask you on Patreon first. And if you guys tell me that you can do it, then I'll post it on YouTube when the live will be so that more people can come. Thank you, Rashida. Okay. So, yeah, you guys spent quite a while with me. Thank you. I love so much. I enjoy spending time with you. Thank you for being here and we'll talk soon. Okay? So I'll let you guys know in DM on Patreon and then I'll alert everyone else on YouTube. Okay. Bye. Thank you. Thanks, KMJ. Thanks, Rashida. See you soon. Bye, Raspberry. I don't know where you went. And bye, everyone. Much love, KMJ. Oh, and I love Camille. I love uh seeing that you have made a channel and I'm gonna watch some stuff on it. Give you some views and keep up the good work. All right. Bye guys.